Danfo offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshe traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danfo, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danfo, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danfo, Africa. To learn more, visit danfo.africa.
Peace, fam. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Got a couple of announcements before we get started. We are rolling to Nigeria. Leave on Saturday. We'll be in Nigeria on Saturday. Looking forward to it. Cannot wait. Hey, if you're last minute, if you want to come, shoot, hit me up. Visit donfo.africa. Again, please visit donfo.africa to learn more. I mean, if you want to roll, you like Dynasty, listen, man, I wanna go to Nigeria. Shoot, come on and join us. So visit donfo.africa to learn more. Let's see here. What else we got going on here? Documentary. I need everybody who is watching this to answer the call. Okay, to answer the call to action. All right. I need you to go and get the documentary. All right. Go to documentary.searchforhuru.com. Go to documentary.searchforhuru.com and buy the documentary. I'm going to put the link in the chat room. All 28 people who, Dee Midday Dimples, I sent your book out today. Dee Midday Dimples, I sent your book out today. So you should have your book, hopefully by the weekend, I would think. But yeah, I sent your book out today. And I appreciate you and I appreciate the support. That means a lot. That means a lot. I appreciate you. What else we got going on here? You are so welcome. Thank you. Again, thank you. Peace and Pan-Africanism. Shout out to you, Odd Villain. Thank you for being on with us, joining us today. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of you out there. I really do love all y'all. Thank you for the support over the years. It really means a lot. What else we got going on here? Let me put the link in the chat room for you guys to go to buy the documentary. It's streaming. And people are asking, Dynasty, where's it streaming at? It's streaming on my own platform. I bootstrapped this myself. So how it works, you set up a login, it's yours forever. You pay that $10.99, it is yours forever. Like on the Sandlot, when they said forever. Forever. It is yours forever. So go to documentary.searchforhuru.com. Go to documentary.searchforhuru.com and by the documentary. And then also to check out our upcoming trips. You know, you trying to go to Africa, come and join us on a trip to Africa. So yeah, come, come holla at me. Come and holla at me. Come kick it. Come kick it in Africa. Come kick it in Sierra Leone. Come kick it everywhere. We would love to again host you all on the continent, So yeah, visit Africa. Also, you could get the documentary there too. We're going to Ghana and Ivory Coast in November. We're going to Zanzibar in September, Kenya in September. We are also rolling to Sierra Leone in November and Benin Republic in January for the Voodoo Festival. So yeah, come and holler at a brother. Come kick it. All right, palm wine on me. I got you on some palm wine. All right, without further ado, let's jump into today's topic. I'm starting to notice a trend. I know a lot of people, especially FBA. Again, I don't consider myself FBA, even though technically I would be considered FBA, but I don't. I'm good. And the reason why I'm saying that is there's this push because y'all hate Africa so much that y'all want to be Native American so bad now. Like y'all are so desperate to be Native Americans. Like what's up with that? You would love to go to Benin? Well, hit me up. Go to Donford Africa. I got a spot for you. That's just what I'm noticing. The hate and animosity towards Africa is so strong now that now we ain't no African. We the Aboriginals that Christopher Columbus said he saw when he came in his journal. Well, why did he? So then I guess my question would be, why did he call them Indians and not Africans? Because they were in contact with Africans back then. So why did he call them Indians? Because he thought he was in India. And then when you start asking questions in regards to, okay, what's the culture? What's the language? And you try to get specifics, you get no answers. And then their pushback is always, well, you believe the white man's history on the slave trade. It's like, okay, well, what do you have to like really prove? What proof do you have that you're Aboriginal? Well, a white man named Christopher Columbus said he saw us. Oh Lord, this is what we're dealing with. So I just find it very interesting. Like we're in a very interesting time because this is relative. We the Moors and we the Indians and the Hebrews. This is like picking up and like this is becoming popular now. It's becoming very very popular now. Like is being African just not sexy enough now? Like nobody wants to be African no more. It's not. It's not. Is it not sexy? Being African not sexy enough? Yeah, they just be coming. Well, my grandma said that she ain't never talked about no Africa. Okay, what's that mean? So just because your grandma never talked about Africa, it don't like it never happened. It's very interesting. So that's why I don't like once I saw that because technically per you know definition, I would be considered ADOS and FBA, but they've gone so far left field that it's just like I'm good. it's very interesting. We're in very interesting times. Very, 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 very interesting times we are in. But yeah, I would like to know more about your Aboriginal. Like, I want to come hang out with the Aboriginals. Like, I want to kick it with the Aboriginals. I mean, why not? I mean, why not? I want to kick it with the Aboriginals. Hang out with the Aboriginals. Can I come hang out? I want to enjoy the Aboriginal. Like, what's the Aboriginal dishes in the food? Like, what is it? I would like to know. Can somebody help me out and tell me? Man, watch out. I'm asking a question. So saying we are Black American. No. That's fine, Big Braille. What I'm saying is y'all went from Black American to we the original Indians. Like, hey, you want your own ethnic group, Black Americans? I get it. Trust me, I get it. But y'all went from, again, Black American to we the original Indians. And that's where I be getting confused. Oh man, they calling the show. The first thing they say is, well, brother, where the slave ships at. Trust me, the FBA, they don't call in. They gonna call in. They're calling, where the slave ships at. That's the first thing they do. Where the slave ships at? And there's no documented proof of the slave ships. How ain't no way the boats made it over here. Ain't no way the boats made it. Where the boats at? And it was interesting. They'll defend how white people got here. Well, yeah. They're supposed to have brought white people over here. Yeah. They're supposed to have brought white people over here. See, here we go. Before Columbus. See, here we go. See, here we go. And that book has been debunked. I know how we feel about our elders, but that book has been debunked. But here we go. Before Columbus knew it was coming. Knew it was coming before Columbus. And that proves my point. There we go. That proves my point. Y'all are turning into a Black Aboriginal, Black Indian group. And so the United States of America, they have treaties with all of these indigenous peoples. So do you guys really, are you guys eligible for reparations now? Because I thought that was the fight, was reparations. But if the United States government has all these treaties with these civilized tribes, then how does that affect the reparations claim? Y'all should be fighting for your own reservations. See, but it's true and can be proven. See, you guys are, the more you guys talk, the more you prove my point. That was my whole point right there. The FBA has turned into a Black Aboriginal movement, Black Aboriginal narrative. There it is. So what? We have earned the right to call ourselves whatever we want. The fight is ethnic independence from Africa. Exactly my point. See, they just proved me right. See, at first, how it works, they get upset. No, we ain't say that. And then they start talking and they prove my point. We have all the paperwork. There it goes. It starts with the paperwork, where the ship's at. Ain't no way they can have, all these slaves on one ship. That's where it always starts. We was reclassified. And the thing is, I looked up this whole reclassification. The argument is we were reclassified. I actually looked that up. The people who were reclassified were those of African descent. So freedmen, those who were mixed race, mulattoes, those are the ones who were reclassified as black. So you still can't escape it, buddy. You still can't escape it. No matter how much you try, because that was the argument. The reclassification. We was reclassified. I looked at the reclassification. They was very clear. It was freedmen, mulattoes, and indigenous people who were married to slaves, to Africans. That's who it was. All right, go ahead, Em.
All right, thank you, sir. My thing is, most of us don't really see any tangible benefit from being attached to Africa. Number one. Number two, when we went through most of our struggles, our trials and tribulations, this was before the advent of television, radio. Allegedly, that's what they tell us. There was no television, radio. So we didn't really have anybody to inspire us to get the freedom. Not like during the 1960s, during the anti-colonialist movement. Africans was literally watching us on TV, watching our movements in real time, getting inspiration. So we're almost like elders to Africa, as opposed to Africa being like elders to us. How they talk about us, it's as though we're oppressive to them. I know they was talking about Liberia had an Independence Day. I wanted to ask the question, are they celebrating getting independence from Black Americans? Or are they talking about the Independence Day in which was established in 1847? So I'm looking like they don't really act as though they're the elders, yet they want to claim us as if we're a derivative of them, but they don't really act like it. And then they really benefiting off of our ancestors' resources and struggle, as if they're the.
If I can interject real quick. So when it comes to you in Liberia, I gotta agree with Elvis, right? So the majority of Black people who had the opportunity to go to Liberia, 99.99% said no. And that actually will include you. Like you would have went.
I mean, look at it like
you take claim for it now, but trust me, when they're going door to door saying, "Hey, y'all want to get on this boat and go," you would have said no.
My friend, respectively, is not as though we had any type of freedom in America to decide where we're going to go, as if the so-called plantations was letting so-called get up out of there.
But between the American Revolution with the Black loyalists to Marcus Garvey, there were plenty of opportunities for Black people to go, and 99.99% of Black people say they'd rather be here in America than to go. That's just a fact.
I agree with post Civil War or the post antebellum South, when we actually had agency to make those decisions. Because I remember when Booker T. Washington, when I read his book, he said that we should stay in America as opposed to going to Africa. So that was like in the late 1800s. But when the Liberia was established by the free Black people, it wasn't like the people that was held captive on plantations had a choice to go if they if they had that chance. You think a person would rather be on a plant? It's like when the lady you interviewed one day, she was saying, it was the second Liberian lady you interviewed. She was saying when they went to the plantation and offered them freedom, she said they'd rather be on a plantation, as if it's a job and they got a choice. That just didn't make any type of sense. But if people going around believing that rhetoric and that it's like so much negative connotation and so much vitriol against us, People forget that.
Yeah, it's the truth. Like a lot
It's not
of
true.
like I mean, okay, even the argument with Harriet Tubman, what she said, I could have freed more black people if they know they were slaves or something. It's the truth.
I mean, as far as like a person in the middle of the night, like if your world view is so skewed, and then it's like the Matrix, and then a Neo pop up out of a portal talking about let's go. Like what? You see what I'm saying? Like what the? You don't even know what the other side of this portal leads to. So I'm saying like that those type of extreme examples. But to say that a person would rather be on a slave plantation than to go to Africa and be free is just it's not genuine. It's disingenuous. But as far as like how people want to just disassociate with Africa, I'm saying like we don't really see any tangible benefits. There's no land, there's no sharing, there's no collective bargaining. It's just us going to spend money and dropping money and just being part of being guests in their countries and getting up out of there. But there's no permanence. And then they don't really behave as if they're our elders. They treat us like we're their grandma. Like say for instance, you go to your grandma's house. You think you're gonna ask her where you're gonna sleep wherever you're gonna sleep. You're gonna choose whatever room because you feel like whatever is hers is yours, right? Go in the refrigerator. You ain't asking nothing, right? So that's what they do when they come to our country. They just go do whatever they want to do because they treat us like we're their grandparents. You see what I'm saying? Like whatever's ours is theirs. But when it comes to us, don't nobody want to help grandma when she needs something. You see what I'm saying? Don't nobody want to help us, but they all want to come and benefit and come into our house and sleep and take whatever they want. But that's my input on it as far as why I think people don't really cherish the African moniker because it hasn't really been beneficial in a tangible, physical way, a concrete way. It's just like abstract and celebration, abstract celebration, but we really our pockets just end up empty, you know.
Okay, go ahead, G-Day.
Yeah, thank you so much, Omobadina.
Oh, Akabo, G-Day, Akabo.
Cabo, greetings to everyone on the show. Greetings to Africa, good to see you again. Greetings to my brother MFG. Greetings to everyone.
Yeah, greetings, my brother G-Day.
Yeah, I like this topic because, like this, we need to open a can of worms into how we got here in the first place, right? Like it's very important. It's very key for us to understand how we got to this mess, this insanity. Because this is just, in my opinion, this is just clearly insanity. I clearly listened to the previous speaker, and I want to unwoven some things he said. He made some very good points. And one of the major points I will take out and I will unwoven is, and I've heard it from some other Afro descendants in the US, African Americans as well. I've heard that where they see things, they make a position that being associated with Africa will not fill our pocket. It will actually empty our pockets. There is nothing to gain from associating with Africa. That's a very big point, and I will need to break it down. So this is the reason why it seems like that, or this is the reason why that point seems to be valid. But I would weaken that argument and actually reverse the case into why it's actually a responsibility for Afro-descendant people and Africans themselves to liberate Africa from the mess that it is in currently. So we need to understand a situation where Africa is underdeveloped. Africa is under Euro-American domination. Our resources are taken away from us. A lot of our Africa is being colonized. Now it's now neo-colonized. Africa is a rich continent, but in terms of wealth, financial wealth, it is probably the poorest in the world. That's number one. Number two is that when you look at racial hierarchy according to white supremacy, we are probably the ones that were the most oppressed. We need to understand that African people and Afro-descendant people all over the world, anywhere you see people of Afro descent, we are the poorest, the lagging group of all groups. That one we cannot that one is undisputed. I think that's an argument that we all agree on. Good. So, having said that, we need to understand that Africa is a continent that is poor. A lot of people that move out of the continent to the new world, to the US, it is mostly for individual survival, right? In Abuja, I've said that Africa currently is rampaged by the traitors and the foreigners of our resources, and it's still being rampaged, right? Because our traitors are still in power. They've been in power for over 500 years, and we've not taken them out, and they're still in power, and the Europeans are collaborating with them in rampaging our resources. That is the major reason why Afro-descendant people in the US and other parts of the Americas cannot go to Africa and enrich themselves. It's like being on the losing side. If someone is part of a group, but that group is on the losing side, but at the same time, but you're on the winning side, but that winning side is not really accepting you, but you're not really part of them, but you're with them. It's just human nature for that person to associate with the winning side. Meanwhile, in actual truth, it is that losing side that you are part of. But because that side is losing, you don't want to be part of that losing side. So that's basically my explanation on this. So the point I'm making is that's exactly the point. That was the struggle of Malcolm X. That was the struggle of Marcus Garvey. That it is the responsibility of Afro-descendant people. Either it is the descendant of African slaves, which are also Afro-descendant people, or the people that migrated now, people that migrated that are living a better. It is the responsibility of all Afro-descendant people all over the world to liberate Africa. And this was one of the major. Malcolm X is the hero of Black people, of Black Americans, of Black people all over the world. He was assassinated because that was the movement he was trying to work on, to unite African diaspora and Africans to liberate Africa. But the oppressors, they cannot afford the people, the African diaspora, the Afro-descendant, the Black people, to actually come into reality with that. That was why he was assassinated. The same thing with Thomas Sankara too. He was not actually entirely assassinated because he was transforming Burkina Faso, but because he was trying also to unify the African diaspora, to regain and reconnect with their African consciousness, with African people, so that they can take that responsibility to liberate Africa. That was also why Thomas Sankara was assassinated, because it's very important that we know these things. You understand? So now that I've said that, now white supremacy. For our cousins, our Afro-descendant people, our African Americans, they've been in this country, in the US, for instance, which is the emblem of white supremacy, for centuries. And the question is, are they still oppressed? Yes, they are still oppressed. If you look at all the indices of social index, Black people are still at the bottom end of the spectrum in the US, despite the fact that for centuries, Black people are the largest minorities. Despite that, every social index, they are still at the bottom end of the spectrum. So my rhetorical question is, what has Black people in the United States, despite the fact that they played a role in either they claim it or not, it's historical that they played a role in contributing to this country. No doubt about that. African Americans have contributed significantly, historically, to this country, no doubt. But despite that, what have they benefited as a group? Almost nothing. So the point I'm making is, even on the winning side, they are not benefiting anything. They are not fully accepted, right? And in fact, that group is now being overtaken by Latinos. I've mentioned it before, but that's another day. That's entirely a different topic. But the point I'm making is that you don't have to benefit from where you come from your roots before you associate with it. It doesn't have to be on the winning side. But like I said, it's an instinctive human nature to say, since there's nothing we can benefit from it, there are wars, there is poverty, there's corruption, right? In fact, a lot of Africans are moving abroad, right, for better life, right? Which I don't want to go into the politics of that. I don't want to go into that. It's a different topic. But that point alone, that there is nothing to gain from Africa, and as a result of that, anything Africa is bad, is sad, is evil, is dark. That mentality stems from oppression. It stems from the psychology of white supremacy and oppression. And I think that is where we need to now, like I said earlier, that is now the responsibility of Afro-descendant people, not to go and spend money in Africa, but we need to actually engage politically. Because white people, we need to understand, white people, I've spoken to white people on politics. White Americans can say they are not Europeans, but all they like. Right? So they can say they are not Europeans or they like. They can say, I'm white, I'm not European. Europeans can say they are not white. Norwegians, Italians, they can say they are not white. They can say they are Europeans, right? That they are not white. But the point of the matter is that the reason why we have white supremacy in this world, why white people are still dominating in this world, is not just because the United States is powerful and that's it. No, it is because over the centuries, despite the fact that they fought themselves the most, more than even we ourselves have fought ourselves. I mean, for crying out loud, England and France, they fought themselves for over 100 years, right? But I don't want to go into that one. But the point I'm making is that Europeans and Americans, for centuries, they've had and they still do have military, ideological, political, and economic alliances that have stemmed for centuries, that have evolved and changed, and still withstand itself till this day. That is why white supremacy is still ruling this world up till this day. America can go and bomb one country. Europe may not like it, but they will go with America to go and bomb that country. UK will go with US to go and bomb Iran, for instance. I'm not saying we should be like that. I'm not saying we should be dominant and go and pillage the world and oppress the world. That's not what I'm saying. But the reason why they have so much power and they are almost unbroken is because of the unified ideological, political, economic alliance. Look at multinational corporations, for crying out loud, that is running so much economy in America. You think it's only the US that has stake in it? European countries have a stake in it. Oil companies, all of them, they have united fronts. So the point I'm making is that unity, that ancestral unity they have, where one German country, Germany can be, if Germany is, for instance, attacked, all NATO countries are attacked, for instance. You see what I'm saying? That unifying principle is what makes them very powerful. And we need to learn from that unifying principle. Other groups who have that. But I wonder why we are delineating and separating ourselves and making ourselves even further more dominated and exploited. And in fact, making our survival more deplorable. It is very disturbing because we need to understand these nuances before we start making a case of disconnecting ourselves from the African continent. Because the people that are our founders, our leaders, our heroes, they've seen through these things. That's why they are not because of anything crazy or anything weird. That's why they've always emphasized the African consciousness, African connection, African unity. Because if we separate ourselves, we become weaker. The African Americans, if they separate themselves from the African continent, whether you like it or not, it's a fact. They will actually become much weaker than they are. You understand? If they unite, they will become stronger. If they connect to the Africans, yes, like I said, we have a lot of our flaws. Africa, there are a lot of colonized Africans. Yes, we have so many issues, just as African Americans also have so many of their issues too. And we can learn from each other, complement each other, because even living in the United States, I see a lot of things that we can complement each other and make ourselves better. But instead of us complementing each other, we see those differences and we hate each other. We compliment each other and we hate each other. We have animosity towards each other. I see those things we can complement each other. You know, I can use an example. This may sound controversial, but I will still use it as an example. Because like I said, this is a topic that we need to open up. African Americans are very, like, politically, historically too, because they've lived for centuries with white people. They've been able to understand the world better than Africans generally. In fact, a lot of my political understanding stems from learning from African.
Hey, my brother, 30 more seconds, gotta pass the mic.
Okay, yeah, I'll just end it here. So the point I'm making is that we need to unite. There's a lot of conversation we need to have about the differences that we have, but it does not change the fact that we need to actually unite on some fronts to actually make ourselves better in liberating the continent. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Africa.
Yeah, greetings, Brother Dynas. Again, G there, Brother M, to the entire chat. Please like, share, subscribe, and please support the channel. And thank you very much, Dynas, for the great work that you do. I really appreciate that. And please buy the documentary. Look, I'm with you on the ethnicity bit. I'll keep saying this because I can see why it's very important for African Americans to have their ethnicity, separate to African migrant or to any other group of people, including, those that actually been born there, other than their own, ethnic group, like the Americans of slave descendants. That's very important. But this is going too far. I am suspecting something. I don't know who causes this, what is behind all this division, but it is not looking good. And this is mainly an appeal to the African American, the original, African descendants of the United States of America, those that have been there 400 years ago. It's an appeal to you. Whoever pushed you to this point, starts going back, they're not your friend, they're your enemy. 100%. I mean, I have seen things, bad in the UK, but it never went even like 10%, even not even 5% this bad. And I knew how hard it took for us to come back together and start rebuilding. And to me, the way things are sounding, I mean, even yesterday over a topic, over a black British guy of a Sierra Leone descent, being nominated as a new Black Panther, you can tell the sound of people just by that. And don't forget, Black Panther is actually based on African story, even though the fantasy story is not real. But you can see how some people are really wind up about it. You can. Yeah, I mean, if they could be wind up about stuff like that, can you imagine? We're going too far, and the thing is, the level of hatred that is actually going on between the communities at the moment is really bad because we don't have any form of de-radicalization in the world. A lot of people, a lot of big tech, big billionaires, and politicians at the moment, they actually are radicalizing people online, and we need to watch out. We need to start de-radicalizing our people because this form of groups is actually becoming a hate group. And like some people that come here, like the more you speak every day, I'm actually starting to be bit concerned because you go too far. It's like I don't know what it is, but you need to win back because it's not even good for our mental health. This is just a fact. It's not good for your mental health. Because you know what, like if you look at most people have like some deep rooted hatred towards other people or racism, it's not good for their mental health. These are people that have to go and seek help to actually bring them back to normal days, not alone to come here and actually spew all this stuff. And even for the people that listen to it, it's not good for their mental health. You need to stop. We're all people of African descent, as he was saying. We suffered similar fates, but some of us have suffered more, and we are still struggling. But you can't keep blaming the Europeans or the white people for, what happened a few years ago. Of course, some of the stuff that happened a few years ago is still affecting us because, we still live under the system of white supremacy. So that means whatever, some of our group have suffered in the past, it ain't finished yet. Maybe it's a conversation we could have when we win this battle. We haven't won this battle yet. We haven't won the battle in America, in Africa, in Europe, nowhere, no anywhere we haven't. So why are we doing this to ourselves? That's the question. I mean, I've been saying this for a long time. There are a lot of money is going on in the tech and the algorithm on the internet, to spew hate between communities. It's been happening. It's been happening. Trust me. Even not long ago, I've actually been watching an interview. Probably you guys seen it of Elon Musk. How Elon Musk actually trying to create a civil war in the UK, and that's between the white population. You understand? And he actually been trying to create a civil war, and he's trying to make the world look at London like it's a war zone because London is the only city in England where minorities are actually nearly leveled up to the local population. He's trying to use Islam as a. This is what I said to you guys. Anywhere you hear white people hating on Islam, as a black person, don't get involved. Trust me, I've seen it before. It's a trend that happened over the last 25 years. They will come for you next. So for us, sometimes we like rather than just continue hating Islam. So just look at the Muslims, please. Don't turn your eyes on the black. We keep saying that because we don't after they finish with the Muslim, they're gonna come for the blacks. It's a trend. I've seen it over the last 25 years. And the thing is, they are not gonna stop. We until we actually find a mechanism to deal with it. We don't own any tech. We don't own any algorithm in this world. They control this stuff. And you're gonna be going online, listening to different groups, African American hate groups. African hate groups. Listen, the African brothers online are seeing them. They're seeing these idiots. Even in the country where they come from, they're talking about African Americans. They have no leg to stand on. They have no clean water in their country they come from. They have no legs to stand on. But they will sit on the internet, talk about bad stuff about African Americans. But you have African Americans also who are saying stuff about Africans. Yes, of course, we're poor. Nobody want to associate with poor people sometimes. That's just life. But some people do, because some people don't see you. For they see through you for who you are, not for what you have. But the reality is, because we're struggling with the same faith as people, we're trying to get ourselves off this mess. Maybe we should focus on different things for now until we get ourselves out of the mess. Then we can look at each other and say, look, you are the group who sold us out in the slave days. You are the group who kept us behind. You are the group who are currently holding us back. Because anytime I come here and speak, I'm speaking about politicians in the UK who are holding us back. And I also speak about politicians in the UK who are actually helping us move forward. You need to analyze those things and actually walk through them and trying to find a solution. You know, um, Come on, let's work together, man. If we can't work together, just stop hating each other. Leave our problem alone. Leave it outside. Our problem that we have as a family, let it stay at home. Don't take it out the internet. 'Cause as I said, they're gonna study us as a group, and they're gonna use this to divide us more. The algorithm is gonna be out there on the internet. We're gonna be, divided as tools. Eventually, you're probably gonna see what happened in South Africa. What happened in South Africa is not coincidence. We know the same person, Mr. Elon Musk, is not far behind it. You know, so let's watch out. Let's be careful. If you ain't got nothing good to say, don't say anything. I pass the mic. Thank you, Daniel.
Hey, Dinus, can I respond to Africa?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Santan, Santan. Turn on your camera first before I let you on. Let me see you first, and then you can turn your camera back on before I bring you on.
Who?
No, hold on, CD. Santan, Santan. Let me see your face first before I bring you on. Look real just somewhat suspect. So let me you're not gonna turn your camera on? All right, count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll go ahead and remove you. All right, go ahead, CD. Oh, go ahead. No, first, let me go ahead, and then I'll pass it to CD.
Yeah, I listen to Africa speak about like his feelings and his like mental is hurtful. Do you understand in America we have to develop a psychological disorder just to be able to function during Jim Crow called the double consciousness? You ever heard about that? You know what a double consciousness is? That's dissociative
Yeah, I know.
identity
I know.
disorder. We had to really become two separate people just to deal with the constant bombardment of verbal torture. If you look at the
Hmm.
white man around, whatever he decide arbitrarily to take you out the game, you have to deal with that and still maintain your sanity. You
I
think
know. I know that.
you think comments on the internet can compare to that?
But
It's like
listen,
you said something the other day. You said let me get back to it. My thought process I just lost my thought process. It was relevant, but the whole idea
okay.
of
Mm.
you can't deal with comments on the internet, and we have to deal with this experience, and we still survive that. We literally have to
Listen.
we have to force ourselves into like a psychological disorder. Usually people get identity dissociative identity disorder due to extreme trauma. That's how people
Yes, we're
become
still
like dual personality.
lot of black people still going through that trauma, and a lot
We
of
had
black
to
people are
no,
still
we
dealing
have
with
to
it. No,
consciously
a lot of people.
become
No,
two
I
people
understand that. I understand
in order to deal
that's
with
true.
this
But we don't have
excruciating
to be like
verbal
that in this
torture.
24th century.
Nothing
Yeah.
a person could say on Dinah's channel can compare to that. Until you talk about you getting,
No, I
and then you
understand. I
talk about
understand that. But why putting yourself through? Why putting yourself through this?
this is nothing.
Uh,
This is normal for us because we didn't already been through like the fire. Like when the iron go through the fire, it becomes stronger. You know, like us talking about reality, and you call it a hate group. Do you know a hate group deals with what's going on in the what they call the Sahel when they going in attacking the extremists, the Islamic extremists. That's considered a hate group right there, a terrorist
I
group.
mean, what you're doing now,
You're doing nothing like that.
You are making excuses of a bad behavior, and also you're making excuses of,
What behavior?
you're normalizing the abnormal, and that's not right.
What
Just because you
behavior? You
ancestors,
talking? What
no,
verbiage?
you're normalizing, you're normalizing the abnormal, and that's not right. You're promoting the wrong things, and I'm not
See,
gonna do that.
no,
I'm
I
sorry.
just remembered it right. I remembered it right. Elvis and Man said couldn't understand when Shaw was trying to explain to them how black people are discriminated as far as business loans and whatnot. They couldn't even
Black
fathom it.
people
They
are
said, "Oh,
still discriminated
you got to get the
against,
credit score up."
globally.
Like, do you know
I,
what redlining is? Do you know it's a
oh
systematic
God,
thing we
there are a
have to
lot of
deal
black
with
people
before
who
you
are
got
still
here?
facing that globally. There are a lot of
Talking
black
about
people
you
are still
just get this
facing that
credit score up, and
globally.
he's trying to explain to these
There
dudes
are
like,
still
no,
black people that are facing that
this is a
globally, but does
systematic
that mean we
thing.
have to continue? Does
But
that mean we
I
have to
don't think
continue,
I don't think
promoting, allowing it? Does that mean
I mean,
just because
and
you've
then you
been a
talk about
victim of?
something a white man did a few years ago. You got to
You're not making,
we
honestly,
still
I'm
dealing
sorry,
with
but
the
you're not making
same
any sense,
system.
bro. You're not making any sense. I'm sorry, but you're not.
We
You're not making
literally we living in the same exact system that had us in slavery, right? And we still
we
getting
cannot
out of
keep,
the hole. We still
we have
climbing
to
out the
move on. You
hole,
have to,
and
right,
then
okay,
because
that means you have to be
you
Hold
never
on.
strong.
was
You
in
have
the
to be
hole.
strong.
I gotta read these super chat. I gotta pass somebody to city.
Thank
Saluto.
you.
Thank you, Trucker Black, for the 1999 holla. African Goddess, thank you for the 2,000 hour. I'm definitely gonna use this for some Suya at University of Suya next week. Let me go ahead, CD, and then after CD is Elvis.
How's everybody? Hi, Africa, Arish,
Yeah, greetings,
and M.
brother.
How you guys, man? Yeah,
We good,
guys,
we good.
your support channel, man. Your body documentary and your support channel. This channel is very important to us, you know. But yeah, for M, I don't think M is a BA. I think he's somehow, I understand his situation, right? He's a little bit frustrated because he want land in Africa, but he doesn't want to travel, right? So that's why you need to. He's not real FBA that just go and cause out Africans, right? He wants something in Africa, but which is you have to travel for you to get something, right? And so we need to help you. We need to help you so you can visit. Maybe you will change your mind, but don't follow the FBA, right? I mean, FBA they started with reparation, and now they're not getting reparation anymore because they themselves step on it in LA. And thank God they're not blaming Africans for that, right? And now they have to shift the goalposts to go, after Africans. But the whole thing started with getting reparation, and they themselves went and canceled everything. And there was no African among them. When they demonstrated, they said, no, we don't need reparation. Thank God, right? So, and I would say this is very, very difficult sometimes to say. All the hate that I've gotten in America since I came here is through black people. My interaction with them, and black people will always show me that I'm African, right? Not a single white person ever told me, oh, you're African, right? Even the beggar in the street in Harlem, when they asked me for a dollar, they will call, hey, Africa, can I get a dollar? I said, my name is not Africa. If you want money from me, you ask me where you from, right? So, they will always show it to African, yeah, you're African, right? But not the other way around. If Africans Americans go to Africa, I think they get much love compared to when Africans come here, you know. And this started a long time. This been going on for a long, long time. So
CD, can I compliment what you just said about the idea of them labeling us as Africans or trying to delineate themselves or separate themselves? I think it comes from the point of it's come from a point of inferiority complex for those that do that. It comes from a place of inferiority complex and them just making it seem that there's a group they are better than. It's a psychological problem. It's like, yes, you feel you are less of who you are, then you see another group because they've told you that that group from that continent is dark, is backward. You see them coming to your country for a better life, then you now feel yes, because you are in America, you were born in America, you've lived in America for centuries or something, or your forefathers have been here for 300 years or something. you feel you are now better. It's come from it. That's how inferiority complex manifests itself. I'll just stop. There's not my turn. Continue.
Well, I don't think so. I just like somehow they try to distance themselves from Africans. Yeah, it's what you say makes sense. I think it makes sense, but the fact is the most successful and the most successful people among black people are from Africa. I don't know why people always say the most successful people are African Americans. When you look at the credit system in America, someone can be a billionaire in America. But when you look at the amount of liquid asset he probably have is less than $100,000. So will you call him a billionaire compared to someone like Dangote? No. And the fact is, black people don't own anything in America. They can decide to put on paper to say, well, you billionaire overnight. The next morning you speak against white people or Jewish people, they make a millionaire. They happen to Kanye West. Now he's begging for him to get his billionaire status, right? So I would say the most successful black people are in Africa. And
Yeah.
and people don't know that. People have cash in Africa. People have liquid assets in Africa. Not by
Mhm.
any kind of credit, right? Not by taking loan to buy. Because let us say, right? Recently, Jay-Z and Beyonce was in the process of buying a house. I think it was somewhat $200 to $300 million, but they have to take out mortgage. What they will tell you, say, well, they take out mortgage because of the tax benefit. But who want to get in debt to buy a house because of the tax benefit? It means that they don't have liquid asset, right? But you were ordinary Africans, people pay for things with cash. And I know the difference, right? And this is the fact. If you look up a rich Nigerian man, when he tell you that he's a billionaire, that he's true billionaire. He get a liquid asset. He get a cash. It's not like parking old cars, buying houses that have no value, right? So
Mhm.
we have some of the most successful black people in Africa, right? Even our president Donald Trump, right? When New York sued him, right, and they told him to pay the bond of $400 million, he couldn't come up with the money, right? There was a hedge fund that came out and paid the money. He paid his bond, but he's a billionaire. He worth almost over $10 billion, right? That would tell you, say, America, they will show on people that this person is a billionaire. But the reality is, when they say liquid asset, mean cash, go to his bank account and take $500,000. He doesn't have it, right? So, you know, I'm sorry for FBAs for the fact that most of them started despairing the women, talking against black women, which of course I'm not against, right? And now they're not selling that anymore. All they have to do is to be talking bad about Africans. And that's the only way they can sell stuff to people like M, right? M is not really a BA. He just somehow frustrated with Africans because for the fact that he want land from in certain part of Ghana or Nigeria. But once he visit, he will change his mind. He will say, yeah, this Africa is completely different. When people say, oh, Africa is underdeveloped, yeah, there are certain part of Africa, and there are certain part of Africa that
Come on,
also
guys. Let's
develop,
pass the mic, please.
right? So, you know, I don't think we can able to stop this. It has started a long time since I arrived in this country, and since I arrived here, that's how I was able to know I'm African, and only African Americans were thrown into my face. Thank God I did not go to school a lot of them because the business school that I went to, there were a lot of African, Chinese, and Japanese.
All
But my
right, city,
interaction with
city,
them was
city,
in the
30, city,
street.
30 seconds, city, 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. My interaction in the street, I have had bad experiences with Black Americans compared to white. So that's why it's very difficult for me to blame white men for anything, you know. But I'll pass the mic for now. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Dinus, and hello to the panel and the chat. City, I'm disappointed in you, bro. I mean, you're a finance guy. You should know. You know, most people keeping your liquid asset just dormant is financially irresponsible. Your money has to work for you. So usually you have to invest the money. And a lot of wealthy people, they are wealthy because of their investments. But once they cash in that investment, they have to pay capital gains tax. So it's better that you keep it in your portfolio rather than having cash on hands. And a lot of billionaires do have cash on hand. What they do is they borrow against their stock. They borrow a couple of $100 million against their stock, holdings, and that money is almost tax free. So you should understand those things. It's a lot more complicated than just having money on hand. But let
Now
me say
I'll
this
respond to that.
in regards to the topic. Yeah, let me say this in regards to the topic.
Okay.
Look, Dennis, in order to demonize people, you have to disassociate yourself from them. You have to otherize them. So if somebody says something about Africans, the Africans are this way, they're that way, they're poor, you have to say that you're not that, because in saying that you're African is also saying those same things applies to you. So you have to disassociate yourself from them in order, to be able to demonize them without feeling the guilt of being included in that demonization that you're putting on them. So if FBAs are saying the Africans, they're primitive, they haven't done anything, and then turning around and say, well, I'm African too, then everything, applies to you. But my point here is nobody likes to be, associated with failure. Everybody loves to be associated with success. So if you
Hmm.
fail and you have failure, a lot of people tend to, step away from being associated with you. And that's what we're seeing. African Americans in America have had success in this country. If you tell them it's because of it, adjacent to the white people, they don't want to hear it, even though that's the truth. I'll take the Native Americans, for example, right? The Native Americans, they negotiated having their own land, because they felt like being separate from the white man. They will have autonomy. They will, they can develop. The Native American hasn't developed, not even close to even Africa. They lack the ability to build great cities on their own land. They lack the ability to do anything more than just having a casino and getting revenue from it. And even then, the United States government still have eminent domain on Native American land. It's restricted somewhat, but they still, if you find a bunch of oil on a reservation, the federal government have access to that. So even though they have the land, any resource or riches that's on that land, the federal government can take some of it. So are they really free, even though they have their own land? I know M1's land, but freedom is, land is just not freedom. You have to be able to maintain, build on that land, and add value to it. And like what Dinus was saying, not to disrespect you, Ann, because I know you are a bit, I'm not even going to say it because I don't want to start anything. But for African Americans, I think, or the FBAs, most FBAs, like Dinus, you're a rare breed, bro. I don't like to glaze people, but I'll give you that. I think the fact that
Yeah.
you accept yourself as an African American, but also fully went into Africa and found the other half of yourself, that's admirable. And the people like M should really look at that and say, well, I'm an African American, full stop, but I'm also African. And I can benefit from Africa. Even if you want to have the mindset like, well, I'm gonna take advantage of Africa. I'm gonna go in there and start businesses. I'm gonna go in there and get resources, you know, but you're not even thinking about that. You just complain habitually and you victimize yourself and play the victim Olympics that you suffer more than the Africans. Bro,
Hmm.
there were Africans who were getting their hands chopped off. There were Africans who had indentured, servitude. It wasn't like chattel slavery where people were born into slavery, and bred into slavery. But the horrendous things that happened in the Congo, a lot of things that happened in Sudan with the Arabs, it was terrible. We're not coming here to
Yeah.
tell you we suffer more than you did. We know the horrors that happened during chattel slavery. We know it. And Jim Crow and Redline, we know all of those things. It's terrible. And as a black person, I have solidarity with your ancestors for the suffering that they suffered. So please don't try to tell us that we don't know what it means to suffer. We've seen Africans on the continent be slaughtered by their own people or be slaughtered by the colonial, masters. So please. But lastly, Don, as I would say this, man, the FBA, they think that being Native American is better. And actually it's worse. African American has a higher status in this country than Native. And people need to understand that. If you can't understand that, it just means that as an African American, you think less than yourself than a Native American. Because people that have land, but they're alcoholics, they can't develop anything, They're barely seen in the American, social sphere. There are people who are almost like hidden away. They're tucked away. You are the face of the culture of this country. You're the face of of sports in this country. You have way more political and social cachet in this country than any Native American. So trying to associate yourself with Native American is bringing you down. I don't really understand it. But I passed the mic, Diners.
Boy,
Elvis,
Elvis,
I wanna respond to
Elvis,
what you said.
whatever you drink today,
So,
bro, well done, bro. I don't normally agree with you, but boom, you just, yeah, thank you. Bless.
so
God
Elvis,
bless you.
Can I can I can I say
I
something?
would say this. I would say this though, as far
Let
as what
let
Elvis
let
just
him, let
said.
him respond, and after him, I pass to you, G Day.
All right, Elvis, you said if I'm not mistaken that somehow Native Americans somehow negotiated for their own land. Did you say that? You said Native Americans negotiated
They
for their
have
own
a
land.
treaty. They have a treaty with the United States government to have their own land and
Actually,
be
what
separate
happened?
from the
The
United
truth.
States.
Listen. The truth is this, right? The ordinance of 1787, before they expanded westward, it said the only way you can acquire Native American, indigenous Indian land is either by negotiation, by purchasing, not negotiation, either they allow you to be on the land by permission, purchase, or by righteous wars. So a lot of them chose to go to war, right? But in the Midwest, they started the war 1812, in which the British supported them. And when America lost to the Algonquin, America had to agree to Britain's demands that certain land should be allocated to the Indians. They must get reparations forever. That's why they get free education. And also they must cede their claim to Canada, which originally was part of the Louisiana Purchase. So that had nothing to do with Indians. That was the British that did that in the War 1812. And then during the War 1812, a lot of the black people was sent to England and Trinidad because they was freeing people from a plantation. Also, they burnt the White House down. So yeah, the Indians didn't negotiate anything. That was the British that negotiated that. So a lot of times when
Well,
we
yeah.
speak, we have to be ethical and we have to self-regulate and we have to be honest when we speak. If we misspeak, we must admit to that. Like as far as Africans, you said about how it was almost like reverse psychology. You say black people don't want to be associated with Africa because it must be like failure, but the actual opposite happened. It was the Africans who separated and disassociated with Black Americans for the longest.
Mm.
We not black. Y'all this negative. And then now all of a sudden, since we just acquiesced to that, now y'all want to say, okay, we black now. But before, they didn't want nothing to do with being black. They was the ones saying we was failures, baby daddies, Pookie Ray
It's a
Rays,
different
and all this
experience.
type of stuff.
It's a different experience. Sorry, it's a different experience in the UK. When I came to the UK, not all Jamaicans, but the non-Rastafarians were the one that distanced themselves from Africans from school. When I was in college, bro, they like, oh, you African, you're dirty, you monkey, you this and that. Most of the discrimination I used to get it from the Caribbeans. Okay, we used to get all the time, but it's later on. We worked together. We thought, you know what, this is no good for us as community. And we are facing more problems. So let's put this aside and work together. And today,
But
if
I'm
you
saying
come to the UK, yeah,
hold on.
yeah. So it's
Elvis
not,
made it seem as though it was Black Americans looking down and separating from Africa, talking about their failures. But it was actually when the Africans came here and started having all of this economic and educational success and saying y'all are lazy and all of this negative stuff they just spewing against us. It was them looking at us like we was the failures. They didn't want nothing to do with us. And then because we just
okay.
say, okay, we just basically looked at reality like what CD talking about. They have more success because they have more economic or liquid cash. But you cannot call the civil rights movement or winning the Civil War or 50,000 patents or all of the other things, all of the schools you built from the ground. You can't say that's not success.
We in the UK, we
You
used to look up to
cannot
Black
say that's not
Americans.
success.
You know, we used to
All
look up
right,
to
Like,
them
like
and because
we have success. You might have billionaires, but success is not just money. You see what I'm saying? Prestige, Dr. King, Rosa Parks, Ida B. Wells, George Washington Carver. We have sciences like you and Elvis. Africa time we don't have access to the law algorithms and the technology. Who do you think
yeah.
invented those things. That algorithm and that AI and this cell phone you using in this computer. It was all
But
Black American. So success is not just
who owned the
in
companies?
your
Though,
bank.
that's the question, right? Who owned the companies? You know,
I mean,
that's
it's just like just because we create the music and a white man own the record label, we still are the creators
yeah. But so
of
they're
it.
All
in
right, guys,
control
We're
of
the
this
can I
thing.
producers.
respond to
That's my
Everest?
point.
Everest,
Can
Yeah.
I speak? Can I say
I
something?
really enjoy your question. The question, I
Hold
mean,
on.
you said
No,
about
hold on.
liquid.
No, G Day was next. G Day was next. Go ahead, G Day.
Okay.
Then it's
Okay.
Dave.
Yeah, you see, I listened to Brother M, and yeah, he made some poignant points. I like some of the points he made about some of the achievements of African Americans and some of the things that, you know, some historical contexts like the Trinidad story during the 1812 war. I like that, and I like that point of view. My point still remains that the result of the rejection of African identity is a product of white supremacy. It's a psychological manifestation of white supremacy. Because we need to understand these things. There's a book I read that I can recommend everyone to read that book. It's called Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It was written by Paulo Freire. The psychology of, he was able to explain the psychology of oppressed people all over the world. It was not even just focused on Black people, it was focused on Latinos too and all that. It made it clear that one thing about oppressed people is when they are oppressed, when they are dominated, when they are exploited, in their state of exploitation or domination, they tend to see their fellow oppressed people and outcompete and seek hatred from
Right.
their other oppressed people. And that is how white supremacy is maintained. So the point I'm
Right.
making is the rejection of Africanness by African Americans, and not just African Americans, Africans themselves too. Because I've said it on this show, and I'm saying it again, and it's a fact. Africans are no more African than African Americans, in as much as yes, we may have our language. I can speak Yoruba and maybe another African language. We may have our name. Yes, we have all that. We may have our clothing. Yes, okay. But those are aesthetics. Those are just symbols. The real core of our culture, we've lost it in Africa. In many parts, no, I won't say all of Africa, but many parts of colonized Africa, including Nigeria. I'm from Nigeria. And I can say that for sure, that we've lost it. That was why I don't want to digress. But the point I'm making is we should not just think this is an African-American issue alone. It's also an African issue. The only reason why Africans cannot find it easy to dissociate themselves from Africa is because when it comes to nationality, that's where we come from. We cannot avoid it. That's why some of us, even when we get even some of us, when we become citizens in America, the citizenship privilege that was fought by our fellow African Americans, because those African Americans that fought for us to even say we want to even get citizenship or green card in the United States, we tend to reject our Nigerian passports. You see where I'm going with this? We tend to reject our Nigerian passports and assume that we are Americans. We are no longer Nigerians. So the connection is that all this goes into converging into the psychological manifestation of white supremacy. Because, like I said, there's that inferior outlook of having an African identity. Because what colonialism did to us was making us reject anything of philosophical or spiritual or cultural link to Africa. That's why even if you talk to Africans, not just African Americans, Africans, when they talk about African culture, they always look at the negatives of African tradition. They don't look at the good side. If you talk to Africans, African may be willing to relate with me on this. They always focus on the negatives. They always focus on the negatives because, and I need to really talk to African Americans that I need to emphasize something that maybe we don't know today. During colonialism, just as much as during slavery, they made sure they destroyed the African identity of African Americans. They did the same thing to us, but in a different way. I'll give an example. Yoruba land, during colonialism, there was a deity that there was a particular entity, a spiritual entity that we are connected to in pre-colonial Yoruba land. It's called Eshu. Right. Eshu. This is just a brief example. There are many other examples. When the colonialists came, the so-called missionaries, when they came to Christianize us, they made sure that they were, and including traitors among us, because we need to understand that white supremacy is sustained because among black people, both in the diaspora and in Africa, they are still within us. And that's the reason why white supremacy is sustained in our continent among us. What happened was there was a man among us that was enslaved in the United Kingdom. His name is Ajayi Crowther. He was a Yoruba man.
Oh, yeah. He came from Sierra Leone.
Yes,
Sorry
exactly.
about that.
You're right. Absolutely. That man, he came back to his land to colonize his own people. He was a slave. He came back to his land to colonize, and he started to write the Bible in Yoruba language. Then he said Eshu. Eshu, that is a very important deity to Yoruba land, Yoruba culture, Yoruba civilization. It's the way Jesus Christ is fundamental to Christianity. He made it clear that Eshu is Satan. He said Eshu is Satan. So what they did was, when they Christianized us, they made us feel like Eshu is our enemy. Satan is the enemy. You see the connection? So when African people like Yoruba, when they talk, when they do something bad, they say it is, when they say it is the work of the devil, they will say Isha Eshuni, which is, it is the work of Eshu. Eshu is the devil. There are many other examples. I don't have a lot of time. I don't want to make it be a monologue. The point I'm making is,
let me come and put my point now. You going far to the Nigerian
let
culture
him just land.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's interesting the way.
Just 15 seconds. Just 15 seconds.
And then Dave is next after G-Day. G-Day, 30 seconds.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, man. Yeah. So the point I'm making at the end of the day is this rejection is not necessarily coming from. It's coming from trauma, but also coming from the product of white supremacy. Because one of the major factors of integrating into white supremacy is rejecting Africanness. I will stop there. I have more to say, but when it's my turn again, I will talk. Thank you.
Hey, Dennis, can I respond, please?
No, I got to pass it to Dave because Dave's been waiting. I'll pass it back to you. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay.
Yeah, big up, Dennis. Thanks for having me. Great conversation. And I think actually a lot of good points have been brought up. Something I want to throw into the mix is, I think we all can agree Africa is was underdeveloped due to not just losing millions and millions and millions of people during the transatlantic slave trade and the colonial period afterwards, but then obviously since independence, certain countries, governments have worked, not worked, etc., etc. But I think that I'm starting to realize more and more that our underdevelopment or slower development is having these types of impacts on us. We're not as socially developed from a continent perspective. We're not as socially developed as we want. I don't mean on a human level, amongst us. I mean in terms of our relationship with the global Black diaspora. I think, we saw Year of Return, and we've seen, as of recent, the beginnings of those efforts start to actually get a bit of traction and move a little bit. Me personally, I think if we on the African side want to ensure that our diaspora in Black America considers themselves to be respectfully engaged with tangible and real benefits as such, I think that we just need to sadly just power through this kind of period. Now, as far as the title of the show is concerned, we are seeing it happen. It's been sad to watch, to be honest with you. And one point that actually Africa you've brought up that I do actually kind of agree with is that both internally and externally, we are watching this play before our eyes because of distinct algorithms. And I do not believe that we could genuinely look at this, not it existing, because there are real frictions on both sides that I think need to be acknowledged, explored. People need to talk with their full chest, try and keep it more within a respectful tones. I've heard Africans say things on their online thing, and I've just gone no, even if someone's done you wrong, there's a way that you go about things. There's a way that you maintain respect. There's a way that you make sure that you can take a grievance with someone or a position, but making sure that you understand, like, no, I don't want to be up on the internet with what they're going to take, clip up, and then use as, ammo against us. But I think that also very much needs to be said. It needs to go both ways. And I think we can all say that we've come on here plenty of times on these types of topics. And even in the chat tonight, you're going to see people talking about what's this third world, they're talking about da-da-da-da-da, all that type of stuff. I just say, like, there is no way any sort of person, I believe, truly thinks when they're typing that, like, that any kind of positive comes from it. They don't want a positive. But I think that ultimately we need to power through a bit of a rough time. We need to be very aware of the algorithms coming from, again, we may have had parts of inventing the internet, but we for damn sure do not control it. And if we don't, and if we understand that, if I go out and I hang out at a market all day and I talk to my friends about fruits, it's not a surprise that my phone starts suggesting to me fruits that I want to buy online. Sadly, controversy is something that draws a lot of clicks and views and ad revenue and all that type of stuff. And you have the videos showing peace and unity and respect. They don't get as much traction as, you F and tether, you da-da-da-da-da, and all that type of stuff. And thus, people are making money and careers at the moment off of peddling that. And there are people who are very happy to let them do that. You couldn't do that to certain ethnic groups on YouTube all day and be, doing what you do, especially with some of the stuff with, like, the images, like, that come out. It's like, people underestimate. That's a very dangerous thing when you start doing, like, the image thing, and you start people like image, and you're always making them look a certain type of way. Like, coming from the UK, we're kind of taught in school about that. In one thing, that's one of the few things, like, when you're growing up, you do actually learn that in school about how it's dangerous to be kind of egging certain things on in conversation. It's dangerous to always keep pushing that. And it's like people got limits. But I yield the mic. And again, I simply hope that we can do better, put the traction out there, and leave the detractors by the wayside.
That's right.
Yes,
That's right.
Abris, I want to make that clarification to Abris. I think my brother was saying something about asset classification. So when you say stock is a liquid asset. It's cash equivalent, right? You can sell it overnight and get it money. But when you talk about building, right? When you talk about building, that, for example, when they were trying to sell Trump building to come up with the cash of $400 million, they can't sell the building overnight because the building carry mortgage, right? But anything that you can sell very quickly is a cash equivalent. That's a liquid asset, Iris. So when you look at the
I think he
balance
meant
sheet, when you look on the balance sheet,
look. He meant you could borrow against your stock, so you don't have to sell the stock. You could just borrow, take a loan out. When you
yeah,
take out
but
a loan, a personal loan is not taxed.
that's a liquid asset,
But
right?
you
But
could
you
borrow
cannot.
against it. You don't have to sell your stock. You can just
No, you don't
borrow.
have to sell it. But if you want it, I'm making the clarification. The buildings, which is fixed asset, and stock is a liquid asset because you can borrow on it. You can decide to sell it, and you can turn it right away automatically into cash, right? But for buildings, it has mortgage on it, and you have to look for market for it. That's why it's fixed asset. It's very difficult to sell it, right? So even though, for example, Kanye West, they were calling him a billionaire, but the only money that he walked away from Chase Bank was $40 million. That was the only liquid asset that he had, and somewhere in stocks. So that's the difference that I'm trying to, make the difference so my brother can understand. Because I know he's not a finance guy. So when I say liquid asset, it doesn't mean physical cash. It can be stocks that you can sell automatically to turn into money, right? But cars, buildings, clothes, you cannot sell that. You have to look for market for it. Number one. Number two, there's a mortgage on it, right? So, but all of these things, when they put them together, they classify someone to be a billionaire, but that person, in real sense, he's not a billionaire. Most of the assets that he has, he still have mortgage on it, right? So, maybe Average is listening, he will get that clear. But thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what Dave was saying just now, and someone in the comments saying, "Oh, we African American, we don't trust Black British."
Look, Black British are very smart. They are the most respectful people in America. That's why when they come here, they give them all the good job. That's why they doing well in the movie business, right? Because American mentality is when you have a British accent, you smart, right? Like one of my professors said, if you have a British accent, all you need to do is to put on your resume that you want to Cambridge, and you will be a professor at Princeton because you respect British accent, and that's the fact, right?
You know what, TD?
That was the case until they released Top Boy.
Yeah. You know what, CD, right? It's funny you saying that. In my entire family, the wealthiest person in my entire family, he used to live in Dave. My man grew up in South London in Croydon, innit? Yeah, he left Croydon. Yeah, left Croydon like about 25 years ago with his girlfriend, and he went back to America. He employed right now. He employed at least 1,700 people in America. My man is big over there.
Yeah,
what I'm saying
that's
is,
why this guy was doing well. This
the
movie
opposite way
is
over
out
here.
from Sierra Leone. What his name?
Hey, what I'm saying is,
that's
what I'm saying is, if I could, what I'm saying is, what I noticed with the comments from people like Elvis, the last guy, David, CD, Africa. I mean, at some point, you can't just keep blaming it on the algorithm or people trying to make profits off of like clicks and views. Like, this is real rhetoric that comes from Africans. Even Cynthia Reeville, before she became a super
is that rhetoric from people that actually provide data on what's going on?
This is not just something that's made up. These people come out with these negative, derogatory comments.
I don't think there's nothing here has been made up.
I mean, this is true. This is real rhetoric. Like, you can't just.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Like
just save your breath. Save your breath. When it comes to this guy, just allowing.
No, because my point is this.
Hold on. It's like the lack of accountability instead of just admitting like, okay, we are part.
No, but it's just facts. You can't get away with it.
We might be the catalyst behind FBA. Like, if it wasn't for us spewing this negative rhetoric, they might not exist. But instead of taking accountability, you say, oh, Mr. Algorithm, it's something else. It's never just you.
No. What I'm saying is that the
responsibility for what they have. What African
I said multiple times, bro. The grievances are genuine.
This guy is
the grievances are genuine. I say that.
You say we might have had a hand in creating the internet. We don't control those algorithms.
Because
but we don't. That's a fact. Like we don't control Twitter. We don't control Meta. Like that's facts. Like that's not a dig at nobody. That's just legitimate facts.
You control what you speak. You control your Twitter fingers. All that negative vitriol that the Africans have been spilling for the last 20 years is adding up. It's now the chickens are coming home to roost. But instead of accepting that y'all have been the people spewing this negativity, y'all want to just blame some FBA group.
What are you talking about? We mean we. I don't live in Africa. I don't listen. Me and Dave.
I mean, not you per se. I'm talking about Africans in general. All of the negativity.
Me and Dave, we grew up in the UK. Me and Dave, we grew up in the UK, right? Everything that we know about Black Americans to what other Africans or what you experience over there in the US is totally different.
So you
can't just categorize every Black person of African descent as the same.
When CD spill his hatred against Black Americans, you just say yeah. You never check him. You just spill nonstop hatred.
I did.
I used to CD say he can't blame white people because they always been nice to me. CD, you never research history. You know what they did to Emmett Till?
No. I didn't say that.
That's because they smiled in your face.
You didn't get me clear,
the white man smiled at you.
Said,
you gonna say y'all can't hate white people because they never do nothing to me.
No, I didn't say white people be nice with me. I said I've not had any kind of negative experience with them.
See, you only focus about your own self. Like, I never experienced colonialism. I never saw King Leopold. King Leopold never done nothing to me. See what I'm saying? King Leopold ain't done nothing to me.
Okay. I want to say something.
Yeah, okay, Jide, go on. I'll come after you.
Yeah, I want to make a poignant point about that. That's exactly the point. Why you can see white people on the street, they will even treat you. They may even probably treat you nicer than your fellow cousins, African Americans, or even Africans. Have other experience. Many black people have probably had that experience. The reason is that's part of what I'm saying. The psychology, white people, like I said, generally the hegemony of white supremacy does not encore on social relationships with white people. You might find the nicest people to be white people, but the system still remains. The psychology of that system still remains on us. That's one of the major reasons why we hate on each other. It is not coming from, I mean, yeah, you may not even say one person that may call you a monkey or whatever, that may even treat you nicer, that are more in a more respectful manner than your fellow African Americans or Africans. That's part of what I'm saying. That's part of the psychology of racism. I will stop here and emphasize more on it when it's my turn.
Yeah, I mean the for the generalization of our people anyway. That's alone, I think, is a crime. From people that come here, and it's a good example of how for example, me and Dave, our experience being an African, well, African American, totally different to people in America and the people in the continent. I spend a lot of my time speaking against this divisive topic online. I even go after even this my witness. I go after my own African brothers for being the way they are, just like I will go after African Americans for coming after Africans, because not all Africans are the same. Not all West Africans are the same. Not alone Africa. We have massive diverse group of people, and if you don't know that, that shows how ignorant you are as a person. Anyway, so what's the point wasting my time arguing with you? We're a different group of people, different mindsets. Even in one country in Africa, you're gonna find different ethnic group, different mindsets, different religion, different cultures. So it's like, why are you just gonna, take? You're gonna put all Africans in the same box. It's just
They
low
put themselves in
IQ.
the same box.
No, no, they
They put
don't.
themselves in the same box. They
That's not
get
true. That's
together.
not true.
They never take accountability. They riding with each other. They making excuses. They blaming Black Americans for everything.
I thought they
They,
were
No,
they,
always
they do
friends.
they do it on this show all the
that's
time. Y'all get together,
on their
and then
show.
sometimes when Passport King is on the show, all the Africans get together and just start attacking him.
No, Ola, how many
Because
times you hear me
the
defend
lone
Passport
Black
King?
American,
How
all
many
y'all
times?
teaming up on this
How many?
one dude.
How many times? How many times I defend Passport King and you on this
I
show?
done
How
seen
many
this.
times?
I done seen this several times. He been
No,
on
but
this show by
exactly.
himself. All the Africans get together and start attacking the dude. Instead of talking about
No,
the
but
topics or having a civil conversation, they just rally and
yeah.
it's almost like a lynching or something.
No,
So
but
there's
I
no
don't do that. Do
accountability.
I? Have I ever done that to you or Passport King?
I mean, I'm saying the African people, the Africans, they get
Yeah,
or
yeah.
the
But
Caribbeans, they
I
get
am even
together.
though
Oh, you are Caribbean, you a Jamaican. It just don't make any type of. It's not productive, and it's disingenuous.
the reason why I don't think it's productive is because we're divisive enough as people. I don't like it, and it's important to let everyone have their own views as long as they've been respectful. That's how we should be having the conversation on this platform.
But
We're
they need to
trying to be
start taking.
intellectually. Hmm.
They need to stop making excuses and start taking accountability for their part in a problem. These African people. For
Oh
one, it's
yes,
more
I agree with
Africans
that.
than it is us. They
100%.
I agree.
1 to 2 billion people. They have
Yeah, but that's
millions
the
of
reason
acres of
why.
land.
Okay.
They
That's the
have
reason why
billions of square
when you're
miles of land.
positive. That's what the reason why. If you make valid point, even though I don't get on with you, like for example, Elvis was on earlier, he was spot on. Me and the guy don't get on, but I agree with him. And you have to be fair minded as a person. You got to be truthful to yourself and other people. If you make points that are valid, I agree with you. I will, I'll commend you for it. If you make points that I disagree with, I think is not right, I will actually oppose it and I stand up for it. I was brought up like that. I stand up for the truth. I'll stand one place and say, sing the truth. You can keep stoning me with rocks until you come back later, and I'll still be there. I will not move. Nobody will move me from what
But
But
let
I
me ask
M,
believe,
you this though.
M,
unless
M,
if
let
it's
me
wrong.
tell you this. I have spoken against Ghana before. I've spoken against Nigeria harshly. I even
Yeah.
exchanged war with Nigerians on the show. So if we say all Africans, group together and attack African Americans, that doesn't make sense. I've said it here over and over. When it comes down to religion, I admire African Americans because they already know how religion affect community. They're not into that church business or anymore. They are not into religion anymore. But we the Africans, the reason why we're going behind is too much religion. People think God will give them everything, right? When in Holland, when I came in Holland, there was a lot of churches, but they have closed down a lot of churches because African Americans consider religion to be a white Jesus or Arab religion, and they
Oh
already
man,
understand that. But Africans
I mean,
already all the time running with religion, killing
I
each other
mean,
for religion. The reason why
I mean,
Nigeria is not going anywhere is because of religious problem in Nigeria.
Yeah, I
Everything
agree.
is
like,
religion.
I agree.
I
I
mean,
do
affect
agree.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we don't really kill over religion like that, but
yeah, but
religion is
yeah,
a
but that's
very
like I
important.
said.
It's an important institution in our culture.
I
The
know that.
religion was the reason the church is the reason we got out of slavery and Jim Crow, because Dr. King was a Baptist preacher.
Yeah,
Do you know?
The
but
Do
they
you know?
get
religion,
along. They get
M,
along, right?
M,
Malcolm X was a
Do you
Muslim,
know?
right? And they get
Yeah,
he was
along.
a
You
yeah,
can see
minister.
exactly.
Dr. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X holding hand, moving together. Louis
They,
Farrakhan go to church all the time. He interact with the Christian. But
they're
the Africans
religious
will
leaders.
always kill each other for religion.
So,
That's the
can I
biggest
claim
problem in Africa.
Can I claim Martin Luther King as a Sierra
Claim him,
Leonean?
claim him as what? What you talking about? Claim him?
Uh, can you like Martin Luther King? The DNA that recently came out is actually from one of his child is from Sierra Leone. Can I claim him?
Oh, what you asking me for? I don't know, man. How can I tell you who you can't claim? Like I don't have that type of power to tell you who you can't claim. Like I don't know.
Well, because you're gonna be like, oh, you tethers, you're claiming our brothers. That's gonna be another topic. No, they had a thing in Philadelphia a few days ago about him. All the Sierra Leoneans they had a like a get together. About Martin Luther. That is from Sierra Leone. So where does the Golagishi comes in all this now? Because Golagishi are Sierra Leonean people. So when these FBAs are claiming to be native.
See
Are they
us,
telling the Golagishi also? Are they
see
telling the
we're not
Golagishi also to be Red
we're
Indians?
not tribal. We're not a tribal people. Like we look at all of our people as the same people, regardless of what part of the
Do you
country
know
they
what?
live
Do you
in.
know what? Yeah, on the positive side, right? Where Black Americans who like people like diners have the ability to unite West Africa. The reason why I'm saying this, because you people are made up of different ethnic groups. You see one African American, when their DNA comes in, they got Yoruba, they got Hausa, they got Fulani, they got Igbos, they got Akan, they got. You understand? You guys are not tribal. You got multiple tribes in it. You understand? So you can imagine, like, if African Americans like diners, who actually have the real I don't know about Pan African, who have the real mindset to come to Africa to be a leader, who have the real mindset of tribalism, how people like that can rule a country better, not being biased, you know, um, compared to the Africans who are in Africa, who just looking at their own group of people instead of looking at the entire nation or the region. The difference is actually massive. You have the ability to unite the region, but having this so-called red Indian, you're trying to associate yourself to some group of people who actually have zero genetical connection to West African descent. To me, it's really cringy. It's annoying.
See, we're not really
Uh,
we're not calling ourselves Red
so
Indians.
great Africa,
We're
I'm not.
making
I'm just saying. I'm just saying great Africa.
Yeah, I
I'm
wanted to
just
say
saying.
something. I wanted to clarify something about when I was talking about
Yeah,
experiences with black people and white people. So the thing is, it is
yeah.
very subjective. But the point I'm making is
Mm.
that is not necessarily connected with the point I was making earlier with white supremacy. Like I said, the point is, at the end of the day is you can have a good experience with white people. You can meet white people that are very nice to you, as well as you can also meet black people that can be very crazy and hate you, right? You can also meet black people that like you and treat
you
you well.
see,
But the point
I,
I'm
I,
making
I,
is the point of us hating on each other still stems from the point I was making that white supremacy influences even social relationships among ourselves. That's the point I'm making. It does not necessarily have much to do with social relationship with white people. If a white person connects with me due to the fact that we have shared interests, so be it, right? I may not share the interest and may not connect with the white person. It does not actually connect directly with how we relate with each other more so than with how we relate with white people. That was just the point I was making.
I'm gonna give y'all some knowledge that I probably shouldn't give but it's out there because Dr. Khalid talked about it. Like the white man's tricknology and the supreme wisdom, Nation of Islam, right? His biggest weapon is his smile, his niceness to you. So we are taught to look at that as a weapon, like how they say, "Oh, the white man nice to me." Of course, that's how the snake get to you, making nice sounds, slither up to you. You're supposed to look at the white man niceness as being genuine. That's how you get close to stab you in the back. But that's what we're taught to look for. We call it tricknology, ways to get you off your guard, ways to deceive you, and then divide and conquer. Turn y'all against each other. Got y'all fighting, and then he ended up taking all the land. So we learn his tactics. So that's why it's not really effective against us as a people. It's similar to how we was talking about the actors. How the white man is divide and conquer. He'll go in there and just bring in a bunch of people from Britain, got them thinking, oh, but they're just being used as tools for his agenda. If it wasn't effective, he wouldn't do it. Everything the white man does is conniving to rob, steal, and kill. That's what his objective is. And it might look like he's helping somebody, but it's really to that end. You look at the end thereof, like in the Bible say, in the Quran they say, the eyes pleases thee, but inside is like hollow trees. Or in the Bible they talk about how the end thereof is naught. Like something could look good now, but you gotta look at the end result. So a lot of times people get caught up in the process, thinking it's all good until they end up with nothing, and they end up stabbed in the back. So we don't really praise the white man for being nice to us, because we know that's tricknology. And tricknology 101 if it was a class.
Yeah, to be honest, we know how deceitful people operates, globally, regardless.
Right.
It's all about spotting. It's all about spotting spotting it from miles away. So I hear you, but the thing is, we need to find a way. We need to find a system as people in the continent. I think Africa needs to start build. We need to build ourselves. We can't rely on anyone to do it for us. And until we do that, nobody's gonna respect us. That's just how it is.
I also think one of the root cause of this problem into why there's so much disconnect between African people all over the world and Black people, Afro-descendant people. I think one of the major factors is the educational system. I used to talk about it. The educational system is, apart from religion and all the other things we've talked about, educational system is very, because I know that, I don't know if my fellow African Americans may connect with me on this, but I know that in the past, maybe in the 80s or 70s, it may not be the entire African American community, but there were some cases where a lot of African Americans still learn about African history informally, outside of even like the schools they go to, right? They also learn, like maybe on the side, they learn about African history or those things, but you don't have it as much anymore. So there's this cuts. They go to what this. I mean, a lot of them go to mainstream American schools, but these schools, the kind of education they teach is very anti-African. You know what I mean? So you have a case where even Africans themselves, you look at Nigeria, just very recently, some years ago, I think it just changed just last year or so. African history was banned in Nigeria. I repeat, African history was banned. So the point I'm making is our educational system itself, the system, the things that educate us and pass down knowledge to us itself, doesn't teach us about our identity. If you look at all these things, if you look at pre-colonial Africa, the way we were taught, the way our Black people were taught, we were taught about our environment, right? We're not just taught about, the education encompassed everything. So an average African man in Africa, pre-slavery, pre-colonialism, can be a lawyer, can be a scientist at the same time, can be a philosopher, can know so much about African spirituality. That was how our education was. But because due to the distorted experience we've had due to oppression, slavery post-slavery experience, colonialism, post-colonial experience. You have these educational systems that have been there to ensure that anti-African doctrine, anti-African ideology, anti-African social relationships, the way we socialize, the way we relate to each other, psychology, philosophy, religion, and everything is anti-African. So it makes sense why a particular group that have been with white people that have Afro descendants, that have African ancestry, would definitely make sense, would definitely at some point see the disconnect, at some point have animus towards the other group and say they don't have anything to do with Africa. It's these are the kind of worms that we're talking about. That really, because the way we can connect to each other, apart from shared experiences that we need to discuss, keep talking about, we also need to have a system of education. Like, it may not even be formal, but where African people and Afro descendants are reminded about the history of their ancestors, are reminded about how they got to where they are. Because if they lose that reminder and they're into pop culture, sports, I'm not against those things, but those distractions.
Julia, do you know? Yeah, do you know why? Do you know why? Yeah, yeah. Do you know why? Like in the region, like in the far west, like Sierra Leone, Guinea, you know, to I would say out to the extent I would say Senegal. You know, we aware of the history of colonialism and stuff like that because we got the heroes. You know, we name like buildings and stuff after them, so we kept that history going. I think that's the reason why we tend to have a different mindset to the other Africans in the region. You know, like in Sierra Leone, we have Baibure, Sengwe Pierre. In Guinea, they had Alpha Diallo, Boubacar Biro, late
Yes,
Samori Toure. You know,
yes,
like also
exactly.
like you got like in Senegal, they had what the guy they call Sek Bamba. You know, these
Sheikh
guys were
Anta
known.
Diop. Yes,
No, Sek
Mhm.
Bamba. Anta Diop was just Bamba was more like you know, he was up. Yeah. So, anyways, like I would say, Samori Toure to the further north of the Guinea border. So these are people who they see as heroes who fought against invaders, you know, and stuff like that. They still sing about them. You know, they have buildings, they have the monument named after them. So it's like, you know, it's like we have that form of people that we look up to, like what you got, what you call it yesterday. But most part of Africa don't have that. You see, they don't have these people who physically fight, you know, and have that glory to say, yeah, we come from warriors who defeated or who stand up against the invaders. You know, to give these kids something to be proud of. You understand? So that's the problem. That's the problem right there, you know, in the rest of the continent. In South Africa, I don't know how far Shaka Zulu went standing up to the invaders, but
yes,
he did not
yes,
succeed because Shaka Zulu in South Africa was taken over. You can see the Europeans settled there and they took over the land. So even if Shaka Zulu was a warrior, you know, he did not succeed in that battle, right? Because
yes. No, it didn't.
yeah, so you know, it's all about the narrative as well, so and the historical context of the region. So I
Yeah,
think this is the problem that we have in the continent. We don't have that history to say these, you know, are the ancestors who we know that actually stood up to these people who fought. They either died, succeed, or the ones that came after them succeeded, but they died in the court.
We
You know,
don't
Hey,
have
absolutely.
a
so if you
peace.
black
don't have
centered
that,
Just to
education in Africa.
sorry,
We don't have a black centered education
yeah,
system
absolutely.
yeah,
in
Yes,
Africa.
yeah,
exactly.
And
yeah,
Exactly.
that's
it's
Yes.
true. You're right.
it's
You're
a
right.
massive problem for us because ultimately if the African continent, and it's getting better slowly, but nowhere near fast enough and far too late. But if the African
Right.
continent does not put a little bit more pressure, and I think now we have better relations and better technology, but we need to put
Right.
serious pressure on the governments to make sure, like, actually, no, why aren't you teaching Black British history? Why aren't you teaching Black American history? Why aren't you teaching, like, more Black history and in more effective ways? Because no other people group are so notoriously bad at this than us. That part I'm very, very certain of.
Yeah. But if
Hey,
you look
hey,
at
Africa,
West
Africa.
Africa, though, yeah, go on.
I was gonna ask you a question and make a comment. And
Okay.
what you just said as far as like Shaka Zulu losing he was conquered, the South Africans prevailed, yet he still like celebrated somehow. But the us in America, we have many victories against the white man, but none of that is really talked about. They know they could use that as an inspiration. Oh, we defeated them in America. We didn't allow like Kwame Nkrumah to get educated, and he came back and he was able to help liberate Africa from colonialism. Like there's no real positive narratives. And then you know what's weird? When you study history, like the Greek history, the Trojan Wars, whatever, none of them people is from Northern Europe, right? And yet they're teaching it as if that's their history.
Right. You see?
Yeah, let me pass the mic. Let me pass the mic. Go ahead, Caddick Truth. Go ahead.
Oh man, I just tuned in like 3 or 4 minutes ago. I've been listening to you guys, man. I think that, you know, the best thing to do is just focus on being as Western as possible, man. And I agree with a lot of you guys, man, in terms of the historical accounts of Africa and what didn't happen. And you know, I think at this moment, man, the more you guys leave and become Western, the better for Africa, to be completely honest with you, man. Leave and become Western. I mean, yeah, without a doubt.
Why so?
Well, Africa, you know, even before it was called Africa, before other countries were formed, you had 50, 100,000 years to get it together, and you didn't. So, you didn't create any language, any advanced systems.
Sorry, what? Wait. Sorry, did you say language?
Yeah, you didn't create any advanced language. You didn't create like a written language. And for clarification, and without a written language, you can't document history. You can't document rules, procedure, and it's unfortunate, man. But you know, learning. But the beauty of the Western Hemisphere and Western civilization is to learn from the West, and a lot of Africans are doing that. They're doing an exceptional job at adopting Western philosophy. You know, so yeah.
But you're contradicting yourself.
You do.
What you say?
Hold on.
You
do know that right Africans did create writing systems, right? Like
they didn't create. No. Well,
you sound very intelligent, but
I don't know.
Everything that is saying sounds dumb right now.
Okay, well that's something to look into, because that is the case, and not just that, but ultimately, how could there be, like, for example, things like complex structures or widespreading trade on the African continent pre-colonialism if there was no like sophisticated, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know what you're saying. It wasn't the African didn't matter.
So there was no complex like buildings, bridge, like other things like you know, city states, trade networks, nothing like that. Africa was just one big mud hut.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, but that
in the jungle, just chasing lions and tigers
that.
And that. Yeah.
That tell you his level of education. That can tell you.
Sit back,
I cut. So and can you just give me your thoughts on Egypt and Sudan with the whole pyramids thing? Because I just want to. I just want to get your.
No, he doesn't know that, sir. Don't waste your time on that.
No, but he does. I want to know. I want to know what he's about to say.
Nah, forget about him, man. So, M.
Can I ask
This guy's a troll, man. Listen, I've seen him before. Don't worry about it. With a troll.
Yeah, go Caddick Truth. You got 45 seconds.
No, I've already said what I had to say. I'm gonna get cut off, so it doesn't even really matter. I'll just listen to you guys. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead for Righteous Black folks. Go ahead.
All right. My first observation is this whole conversation has nobody brought up Haitians. Like 350,000 Haitians are pretty much scrambling everywhere, and no Africans is talking about unifying with their brothers and sisters. Everything is about us because you guys want to dominate and colonize us, and we do not want to be colonized by y'all. We want y'all to go build your shit up. Go back home and build your shit up. Stop expecting us to do your work for you. We're not
Nobody
your
does.
servants. We're not your
Nobody for
slaves. We're not coming for your rescue. We are delineating because we need to for our survival. You guys are hell-bent on trying to control us, trying to have your thumb over us. That's why you guys can't stop talking about us. Can you smell our shit through the phone? My God.
Please, can I
Haitians
respond
need
to
more
that?
right now. Y'all won't say shit about the
I
Haitians.
would
And y'all
love to
worried about
respond to
us
this.
calling ourselves what we want to call ourselves.
Please,
What's
You
that
know
got
what
to
we're
do
saying
with
about the
you?
Haitians?
You're not our work. You're not our master. You're not our
Please,
God. We're
please,
not
can I
serving
respond
you.
to this?
We're not
I would
serving you
love
dusty
to.
ass motherfuckers, okay?
I
Get
would
over
love to
yourself.
respond to this, man.
Stop crying.
Who's
Stop
crying?
crying. Be a man.
Why she?
You
Why she
guys got
start?
You
all
a
these
man?
people on the continent that you guys could recruit to help y'all build your infrastructure, your flooding issues, drainage issues, all kinds of issues, and y'all sit up on the online arguing and crying about us all fucking day. We're not coming over there.
What's
Get the
all the fussing
memo.
for? Ain't nobody like just
We're not
like take it
coming.
easy.
We are
Where
not
you crying?
coming, so stop crying for us. We don't give a damn how you say
Who's
it. We
crying?
don't care how long you
Who's?
say it. We're not
I
coming.
mean, are you
Okay?
actually listening to the
We
conversation that we're talking?
So catch
Are you
up.
actually?
I'm sick of y'all.
Was you?
If y'all
Was you
really cared
following? Was
about Haitians, show it. Say something
who?
about their plight.
Okay, no,
Have you
wait,
said
wait.
a
I
word
respond.
about their plight? Y'all ain't said a goddamn thing about their plight because y'all don't give a damn.
You follow
Y'all
our
don't
news
give a damn.
networks? Like
You
who
know
said we're
how
not
much
talking about
money
the
is
Haitians?
supposed to get collectively? $910 million. 2,600 times 350,000 is 910 million bucks. Isn't that a start? Couldn't they do something with that money over there in Africa? Why aren't you guys offering their
Where
land?
is this
You're
money
offering them
coming?
some land. Why aren't you talking about them being your brothers and sisters? You care so much about them. Oh, you need them to be African. Where's that at? Everything's on us. We're sick of y'all. Y'all demonic motherfuckers.
Oh
Get
my
out
God.
of our business, y'all. Stay out of our business.
Are you
Shit.
okay?
For
No,
Black
I'm
brother, we
hear
gotta
what
we
you
gotta
needed
watch.
to
We
hear.
got for
Because you guys
this
are
this is the
you
whole this
guys
is the
are
host talking.
ridiculous. You
This is
guys
the host
are
talk. This is the host
ridiculous.
talking. This is the host talking.
Okay.
Just watch your language, please. Thank you.
Okay, they're
And
ridiculous
also,
though, Diners. They're ridiculous. They're obsessed with us. I mean, my God, every waking day, you wake up, the first thing on your mind is sweet old us, Black Americans. You might be dreaming about us. Black Americans. Black Americans. Black Americans.
Yo, what the hell, bro? Yo, what is this?
fam,
Oh my
I'm
God,
glad
they
that,
want
fam,
to accept us.
the
We don't
more I
want to
listen
accept
to it,
y'all
This
because
is
y'all
mad.
not us.
the
Miss,
more
are
I,
you
the
okay?
more
Y'all
I,
Are you
guys
this
is
is
okay?
not
rank,
Are
us.
man.
you
It's
This
okay?
is rank,
over.
bro.
You're right.
This
We
is
are
rank.
own
This
people.
is rank.
Get over
The more I
yourself.
listen
We're
to it,
not gonna ever
the
try
more,
I
to
hope
be
the
you
more I
okay.
nice
I
listen.
hope you okay
things.
though. Are you
We're
okay?
not
I
trying to
hope
be
you're alright.
primitive
Are you alright?
Nah, for
people.
real. Like, are
We're
you?
not trying to accept you and hold your hand. We already know what you're into. You want to colonize us and you want to like have power over us and dominion. We don't want that. Look at how Ghana's running around. Look at President of
What they
Ghana
do?
running around, taking control over reparations that he shouldn't even be accessing.
But
Trying
Miss,
to
Miss,
That's
I have
war
a
between
question.
him
I
and his
have a
country.
question
the
for you, Miss.
meaning
I
of
have a question.
Juneteenth
I
into
have a question for you.
bondage.
Can
Did you
I ask you
guys
a
hear that?
question?
Did y'all say anything about this President Muhammad trying to make Juneteenth into bondage again?
Can I ask you a
Reenacting
Wait,
question, Miss,
slavery
if you don't
again?
mind?
what
Did
Can I
y'all
the
ask
say
you?
hell?
anything about that?
You
No,
talking
y'all don't
about what?
care.
No,
No.
Y'all
let
don't
me
care
ask you,
whatever
Miss.
y'all do to us.
I want
Tilly,
to
You
ask you
hear
a
that
question
again,
respectfully. Can
man?
I
Y'all don't
ask?
give a
Tilly,
doggone thing
Yeah.
about us. Y'all don't care. It's all
when
about trying to have
Tilly.
control over us, and we're never gonna give it up. So you guys gonna
Yeah,
have to get over yourself and just accept reality for what it is.
right.
That's the best way I can tell it. I
Okay.
just say y'all need some therapy and maybe a hug and
I,
call it a day. Okay?
I don't know who you're talking to,
I'm talking to
and
you,
clearly,
the ones that
no,
been crying.
no.
Talking to all y'all that been crying and whining for this whole time.
If you listen to the conversation that we're having,
Yeah, I've
it's
been
not
listening
about
to
Black
it. It's been
Americans.
sad. It's been
We're talking about
pathetic.
the global Black
It's
family. We're
been
talking about entire global Black family.
no. You don't
Okay,
want
that's
no
one.
global Black power. Because
Yeah,
if you
that's
did,
number
you'd be
one.
starting with the Haitians about what y'all could be doing with them right
You
now.
know
You
nothing
ain't said
about
a word. You ain't cracked a smile about talking about that. Why
if you
aren't you
listen,
saying a word
But
about
Miss,
Haitians?
who canceled
you finish.
the
Why aren't you
reparation
inviting
meeting
Haitians
in
to
LA?
go to Nigeria and to go to Ghana? Why? What's
Listen,
wrong
I'm
with
not from Nigeria.
them
I'm
being
not
in
from
the
Ghana.
land?
I'm not from Nigeria. Listen,
Or wherever you're
listen.
from. Why don't you invite them in your homeland? Huh?
To invite
What's
who?
wrong with them coming over
If you
there to
let people
build?
speak, if you let people
I'm just
speak,
saying,
then
because
they
you
might
guys
be able to
are
respond.
hypocrites.
No,
You guys
do
are
you? No,
liars.
are you just gonna keep babbling? Are you gonna keep
There's no
rambling?
truth in you.
Pass the mic.
Are you just gonna keep rambling? Stop rambling.
Yeah, I'm a
Let
rambler.
people speak.
For Black Righteous, you gotta let him respond. Africa, you got 45 seconds. Gotta pass the mic to
Well, let
Pharaoh.
us.
Thank you. For your comment about Haiti, if I remember the last time, it was Kenya that sent a military force or a a police team in Haiti. Not Black America. The last I remember, it was the Senegalese people who offered the Haitian people place, and offered them land to come back to Africa, not Black
What country
Americans.
have you built?
If
What
I
country
remember,
is this
if
woman
I
built?
Don't cut him
We're
off,
talking
man.
about today. We're
Exactly.
talking about here and
If
now,
I remember
though.
the last time,
Here and now.
America is owned by the white master, not Black
He's not.
American.
No. We
If I
live
remember the
here
last time, if
too.
I last time
We're
the
not
last time I
being
remember
deported like you. Okay,
the
this
last
is
time
our
I
home.
remember the last
You
time I
don't want us to
remember
think this is
it
our
was
home, but it
it
is.
was a Hispanic who are
We're not
targeting
going to
African American
Africa.
homes, not
This is a
I
Africans.
white
can
man
promise
The
you
last
country.
that.
time I
White man create
remember, the
everything.
last time I remember,
We're
the
not
last time I
going to
remember.
Africa.
Hello, can I finish?
Okay.
I wasn't interrupting you.
That fantasy you have, get over
Hey,
it.
you
Was I
got,
interrupting you?
hold, you got to for right. You got to let him finish. You got 30 seconds. I got to pass the mic. Africa.
Okay. The
For
last
Pharaoh.
time I remember, the wealth that the Africans are actually enjoying in America is not Black American wealth. It's actually the white man's wealth. Okay. So
Fact.
stop coming here
That's
and
a fact.
disrespect people and shouting over people.
I never
You
worked
you
for black
haven't
men
done
in America
anything
before.
for
Fact.
you in our entire life. All the struggle that we went through, we're going through in Africa is done by African. And the last time I remember, the richest group of black people on planet Earth are Africans. Of course, we do
No,
have here in
Fact. That's a
Africa
you're a
All right,
fact.
we've
lie.
got
I
You
gotta
was a
pass the mic.
lie.
I gotta pass the
You's a
mic.
Can I
lie.
can I
That's all
talk
you know
I
how
gotta
to
now?
pass the
do.
mic.
Like
Go
you
ahead,
breed
Pharaoh.
lies.
Go ahead, Pharaoh. Go ahead, Pharaoh.
Yes, peace. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, peace to the panel. Yeah, on the subject, yeah, I want to first say that a lot of these abos or Native American pretendians, a lot of them they know they're living a lie, and they know that their ancestors come from Africa, but they are so mad at Africa because of slavery that they don't want to be from Africa. So they make up this fantasy that their ancestors come from America, and all this stuff is all these fantasies are being made up. It has to do with the present day. It has nothing to do with 500 years ago, 400 years ago. Nothing to do with the ancient times. It's all based in the present day. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to believe anything that's made up. Okay, I'm going with what's documented and what's recorded.
Smart
And
brother, you smart.
yeah, and that's what's going on. Same thing with the Hebrews. All this stuff is present day and it's made up. Okay, and yeah, and black people, black Americans need to let it go, and we need to start treating the ancient writings and the ancient records just like our dead ancestors, because the ancient writings in the records of history existed during the time that we did not exist. Okay, so we have to keep that in mind. So we have to, whenever we discover an ancient text or we read an ancient text, we have to accept it. And we have to preserve it. So our descendants who come after us can know the truth, and they don't have to sit up here and listen to these scammers telling them some pseudo history and some made up fantasies. Okay, because that's
Pan
what's going
Africans
on
are the only scammers on this
now.
platform.
Can you
Don't
stop interrupting
disrespect
the
him. He's
brother,
still
please?
talking. The guy's
Please
still
don't
talking,
interrupt.
man.
Yeah, yeah, but now for Africa, okay, Africa, ever since ancient times, Africa is known for its military supremacy. Now this brother stood up here and said that Africa had no writings, we had no civilization. That's why he's saying that, because he's trying to exclude out ancient Kemet and ancient Egypt and ancient Kush. And he's trying to take Kemet and Kush out of Africa.
Because he doesn't read. He doesn't read.
Okay? Because Kemet and Kush is older than slavery. Okay, it's older than Christianity, and it's older than the Old Testament. Okay, it's older than Islam. Okay, so you can't take that away from us. Okay, in Africa, and being that these other races, these white supremacists, these other races, they did so much damage to us. Okay, and they're still around. They're still racist. They still got hate for us. They're still lying about us. Okay, and they still want us. They want us wiped out. Okay, and I believe, like, for Africa to get back in good faith with Black Americans and Black people around the world, Africa is going to have to rise to power and help free and liberate Black people around the world and get these people off our back, because they are on our back.
That's a fact.
They still have the authority.
You sound silly, dude.
You can tell this brother that this brother can read. He's a very intelligent guy.
Pharaoh, you got 30 seconds. I gotta pass the mic to Charlie.
Yeah. And Africa is going to, after Africa is going to have to strike for glory and make a bold move and get back to the days it was when during the time of the pharaohs of Kemet, and during the time of when Africa was ruling the world as a military superiority. And then when Africa do that and we get the victory, then these Negroes, these fake Native American pretenders, gonna want to claim Africa then. Okay, and
praise God, you're not in power. That's all I gotta say. Praise God, you have no power.
Let me pass the mic to Charlie. Go ahead, Charlie. Meet yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Can I ask that Black American woman a question? Can I ask that Black American woman a question?
The floor is yours.
Yeah, it's yours.
What country do you run from top to bottom, Mrs. Black America? You got all this smoke to say about Africa.
What did you say? You sound like you got marbles in your mouth. Say it slower.
What country do you run from top to bottom in America?
I don't run to no country, fool. I'm from America. I've been here and I will be here. Period.
I asked you a question. What country do you
answer
run?
this question?
What country do Black Americans run from top to bottom?
None.
Exactly. So you got all this stuff to say.
None.
She's laughing.
None.
She's laughing.
By colonizers. What are you talking about? Chinese puppet you, Britain puppet you, the United States puppet you. You guys ain't got your real power. You guys are just sitting in the seat taking orders from the conference call. You guys don't make no decisions. You guys are lame. All you guys know how to do is steal money. That's all you know how to do. You take money that people give to y'all and y'all hoard the money from the people.
Let it go speak, man. You fucking me off.
Ain't nobody gonna trust our lives with you criminals. Ain't nobody gonna trust no Africans with our life. Are you guys okay? We look around and see how Ghana's ran. We see how Nigeria ran. We see what's going on in Sudan. We see what's going on all over the African continent. Ain't nobody happy over there. FGM is going on over there with women. Ain't nobody want to go over there. Are you okay?
Listen,
we're not missing out on nothing.
Okay, you're correct.
We're not missing out on anything.
Okay, Mrs. Black America, you're correct. So tell me a country that Black America run from top to bottom to show us dumb Africans.
We don't have to run a country. We're in our home.
You don't run anything.
We don't have to run it. We have to manage the government. Your government, by the way. We have judges.
She just said on a Pookie Ray stuck in the ghetto.
Black lady that's a judge. We ain't got to be the top dog. Okay, you guys are the top whatever. You guys ain't
not a ghetto girl.
You guys look pitiful in 2026. You guys want to be ashamed of yourself.
Pookie
You
Ray
guys
Risk stuck
you
in the
guys look
ghetto.
sad.
All right, guys.
You guys look sad.
We gotta pass the
I'd
mic.
rather live in America than Africa
Okay,
any day.
we gotta pass the mic. Chaotic Truth, you wanted to add something?
You know, listening to this young lady speak, you know, you guys are making fun of her, man. You Africans really have no idea how the world really works. The Black American by default is already on top just by him alone being an American, you know. And so, listen, this whole romanticism about Africa taking over the planet, man, that's an impossible.
So you're
Okay, don't interrupt them. Chaotic Truth, go ahead, Chaotic Truth.
You know, this big lie about Africa taking over, that's all romantic BS, man. Africa doesn't have the infrastructure, it doesn't have the vision, it doesn't have the abstraction. You don't have fighter jets. You don't have mega.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
This guy's dumb.
Where is this Quran come from? Where you?
Let's have an honest conversation. What African military has the technology to really put up any type of fight if a Western force was to invade?
And it's not even just that. It's just that.
But it's not. It does.
Guys, let Chaotic Truth talk. Don't interrupt them. Go ahead.
This woman is absolutely correct. I mean, yeah, she's, you know, cursing and yeah, I can understand that. But the reality is, man, you don't have a McDonnell Douglas in Africa that's ran by blacks. You don't have a Northrop. You don't have a Boeing that produces defense. You don't have research and development. You don't have semiconductors. You don't have five. May I finish, sir?
Okay.
May I finish? You don't have a fob center that makes semiconductors. You don't have a shipping and logistics company on the scale of Maersk. You don't have that, bro. Like the African just doesn't have these things. You don't even have cuisine that people even give a shit enough about.
Oh, no, that's a lie. No, that part.
May I finish?
Just let him carry on.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Chaotic.
Just let me finish. Listen, I'm not knocking the cuisine, but you don't even have the cuisine enough for people to even care. Africa just doesn't produce anything that the planet really needs, to be honest with you. So, you know, this lady, she's correct, man. Like, you know, the Black American really is at the top. The Black American participates.
If Africa doesn't
the guy's not finished.
Okay. So this guy won't let me finish. How about this? So the guy who keeps interrupting me, just turn on your camera and show us Africa right now. Why don't you just turn on your camera and show us Africa right now? I bet you the lady that's speaking, she can show you a 4-bedroom home.
Okay.
On a cul-de-sac in a suburb. Hold on, let me just finish. You don't care about Africa because you are not there right now. And if you were there, show it right now. Just show Africa.
So answer
show
me
how
a question.
Great it is.
Will you answer me a question?
Just turn your camera on and show us Africa.
Will you answer me a question?
You answer me first. Hold on, sir.
No,
sir.
you answer me.
I was speaking first. Sir, I'm an American. I don't have to answer you, sir. I'm superior to you just by being an American.
You're Nigerian, bro. We know you're Nigerian. We know you're Nigerian. Stop lying, bro. You're Nigerian. We know you're Nigerian, bro.
Let me just finish.
If Africa is so great, listen, we know you're Nigerian. Just shut up.
Okay.
Talk about your country, bro. Talk about your country, Nigeria.
If Africa is so
just
great,
be quiet, bro.
Just turn on your camera and prove her wrong. Just all you got to do is prove her wrong.
I don't know why you're giving this boy airtime, man. I heard him. Listen, I heard this guy with some white supremacists on their show before, and I know his mindset. Okay,
and you're in the white supremacist country right now.
No, I'm not in a white supremacist country. Just leave it alone. I'm in a white man country.
Show us Africa.
I don't need to. Listen to me, you gay boy. I don't show cameras.
You sound gay. Okay, come on.
You sound gay right now, bro. Come on.
You're in a white supremacist country right now.
You're not even in your country. You're Nigerian.
Prove her wrong.
I know you're Nigerian. I know you're Nigerian. You go to Nigeria and show me your camera.
All you gotta do to prove her wrong is turn your camera on.
I'll do that. If you was in camera, listen to me, Chichi man. If you was in Nigeria, I would have turned my camera on.
Why don't you just show Africa right now and prove your point to her?
If you were to stop,
you're in the white supremacist country. You can't.
Boy,
All right,
if you was
guys.
in
I gotta read these super chats, and I gotta pass the mic.
Thank you.
Shaking my
I'll
head.
stop bleaching your skin.
I'm reading super chats. Charcoal Block, thank you for the 99 holla. This is for my sister, that FBA spirit. Baba Lico 9354, thank you for $5 holla. What the hell she talking about? That's the topic. It's FBA. Nobody cares about FBA nonsense. And guys, make sure you go and support the documentary. It is streaming right now. Everybody who's watching this, go to documentary.search4uhuru.com. Go to documentary.search4uhuru.com. Link is in the chat room and link is on the screen. Again, go to documentary.search4uhuru.com.
Damn, bro, we have to get it.
I can't even spell. Hold on, let me. SMH, go ahead.
So, chaotic truth. Like, so what was your point earlier? Like, what you mean?
My point is, become as Western as possible. Learn English.
Like China
Spanish.
did.
Do you not want me to answer the question or not? Or you just
you answered it already.
Become Western as possible, man. Be a steward of Western civilization.
Be as corrupt as America. Okay, yeah.
Bro, everything about African countries are corrupt. What are you talking about, man?
Wait there.
Everything about third world countries are corrupt.
An American telling an African about
America is a high trust.
Hold on, it's my turn. Everything about
America
third world countries
is
corrupt.
America is a
That's
high trust society. That's why you guys are here in the West. You're not in Africa. You're not in these. You're not in these shitholes, bro.
Yeah.
Yes, they're corrupt.
Do you know how countries have started? Hold on. Do you know how countries have started?
It doesn't matter why they were started. It was already corrupt.
That's not how it works.
Africa was already corrupt, bro. What are you talking about?
Huh? What does that even mean? Okay, so what does that mean,
bro?
It was
have you heard of a guy called Bernie Madoff?
Hold on, bro. Let me talk. So
have you heard of a guy called Bernie Madoff?
What does that mean? It was already corrupt.
When
it was colonized,
Africans were already corrupt before pre-colonialism. Africans were already a corrupt people.
It wasn't ran by Africans. You guys are a fucking idiot.
Okay, so show me an African.
Exactly. Why are you giving this guy time, bro?
Get on the internet and just repeat.
Show me an African.
White supremacy talking point. If you have no idea what you're talking about, bro.
You're in a white supremacist country right now. What are you talking about?
Show me an African who stole more money than Bernie Madoff.
You don't even believe in what you're talking about. Why are you?
Hey, guy. Let's watch the language, please. All right, I think.
Why are you in
educated?
Why are you giving this guy?
There's a bunch of Cubans here. Yeah, there's a bunch of Cubans here. There's a bunch of Koreans here. There's a bunch of Chinese here. So what? What does that mean?
Why are you here? You're the complaining one. I don't hear those other groups of people complaining. You're the one complaining.
You don't speak their language.
Complaining.
African will never complain about America.
So what are you talking about, bro?
Become Western as possible. Become Western as possible.
China is the biggest economy in the world right now. They're not a Western country.
No, it's
yes, it is,
bro. Become Western as possible, man. That's all I can say, man.
China is the
biggest. You don't have China's skills, though, African. You don't have China's skills.
Even the woman was making a better point than you. Even the woman is better than you. Even the woman was stronger. She was making more more powerful point than you, bro. And you trying to
listen to it. I just got on here and I thought dumbass talking points.
He's an idiot.
What are you guys even talking about? It's like you guys don't even read, right? Like you don't even know how a country started. You don't even know how a country was built. Do you know what it took for China to go from a fourth world country actually to a third world to a first world country? You think that they became more westernized?
Why are you so emotional?
That's not how it works.
He's just saying it.
Why are you so emotional?
Mrs. Black American.
I'm tired of hearing
Black American.
Points are correct
all day.
Sound like you stretching the truth a bit to me. You're stretching the truth.
What it takes to build a nation.
How did China become wealthy?
From a third world country to a first world
country? We're not Pan-Africans. Catch up.
Okay. So why are you here? So
that's not his level.
Hold on, the guy. Hold on. Whoa.
That's why I'm here.
The host is talking.
You're 60.
All right. So SMH, the host is talking. So All right, this is an open platform. Everybody's welcome. Don't do the why are you here? I can't stand that. She's on the platform. I let her on. She's here.
She literally just asked.
It don't matter.
Okay.
If I have a
sure.
topic, if I have a topic dealing with FBA and somebody from who considers himself FBA wants to call in, now maybe there's a level of disrespect. She needs to tone it down. But everybody is welcome on this platform. This is not we don't, this isn't a just a closed off, fenced off platform.
Is welcome.
So I just can't stand when people do that. Go ahead.
That's fine. Anyway, you don't know what it takes to build a country, right? You weren't there, right? So let's take it down a notch, because I'm getting tired, because it's a bunch of ignorance. A lot of people just saying a bunch of stuff they don't even know about, right? You don't know what it took for America to become a country. You have no idea what you're talking about, right? You arguing and criticizing all these African countries. They're third world countries. They're third world countries today because the West want them to be a third world country. Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of corruption. Yeah, when it comes to the leaders in Africa, but that's what the West want. If because you can't really do anything. They're set up this way because they're pretty much a Western country today. The African countries that you see today, they're set up this way because the Western countries want them to be set up that way. France want them to be set up that way. And when you
wasting your time to explain that to this guy, man. That's not his level. That's not his level.
It takes hard work and sacrifice to build up a country, war, and all the other things that are combined to help build up a country. Look at Rwanda. Look at Rwanda. What they did. 800,000 people perished.
Okay. Good.
A genocide happened, and then they rebuild. You guys don't want to sacrifice. You don't want to sacrifice. You want to sacrifice us.
Hold on.
Isn't Rwanda
and that's why we're not rocking with y'all. We're not rocking with y'all because y'all are looking to sacrifice us, and we're not willing to be your sacrifice.
Another Pookie Ray is coming
up. War. I said sacrifice and hard work changed Rwanda. From 94 to now, look at it now. 800,000 souls, and then they rearranged their constitution and their rules, and then they worked because of the differences of tribes.
Yes, and Rwanda has built infrastructure good enough to be the first country in Africa to host a formerly run race.
The point is, the elements are war.
Did you hear what I just said?
And sacrifice, which y'all don't want to do.
Rwanda is the first
in your home country.
Rwanda is
you guys are looking to sacrifice Black Americans, and we're not coming.
Senegal is going to host the next Olympics. The next Youth Olympics.
I didn't realize
what the FBA is doing. I'm so sorry. Senegal is going to be the next country to host a Youth Olympics.
SMH, you waste your time, bro.
What are you doing?
Don't waste your time, man, bro.
What are you doing, Mr. FBA?
Apart from rapping
and twerking your ass.
Honestly,
you're not doing nothing.
I'm sorry. I thought
brother, SMH want to say something.
Oh yeah. You guys are just talking over each other now. Let me one second.
SMH.
I'm reading the super chats.
I met Maria. I didn't mean the men, not the women.
I'm reading the super chats. Don't talk over the host. Mushroom 3368. Thank you for the 250 jewels. Laughing Disco. Didi Mimples. Didi Midday Dimples. Thank you for the 2 jewels. Sparkles.
No, sure.
Dennis, can I come in now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not done.
Oh my God.
5 seconds. 5 seconds. Okay, I wasted my whole time arguing with her. I had no idea she was. All right, you know what? I'm not going to go there. But I was really calling about the new movie, all right? Stick and Bones. You guys were arguing yesterday about the Black Panther, which, by the way, is the white man's vision of. Huh?
Yeah, I said yes.
I was calling regarding the Bone. What's her? The Nigerian. She came up with she had a book. And,
Children of Blood and Bone.
They made a movie out of it. Yeah, I was really calling about that. Because I didn't really want to call yesterday because I don't want to talk about Black Panther. I don't know why we wasted so much time talking about Black Panther. It's the vision of what a white man, right, feel like African fantasy should be like. And I feel like this movie is a lot better, even though she pretty much quit the movie about a year ago. But it's a fantasy
that should be reminding black people, like you're not different than anybody else. You're not different from a Chinese or Asian person or anything else. The only difference between us and other races is that we fight about the dumbest stuff, while everybody else
Right.
get together and fight against us. Right? This is my. I hate even calling and arguing about dumb stuff like this, because this is more important, right? Like we should be creating something new for the next generation to inspire them to do something different. Instead of fighting and arguing about dumb stuff. The other dude was arguing saying Africa doesn't produce semiconductors and all that dumb stuff. You don't build anything. So what are you talking about?
Exactly.
Black people don't own anything in America. The same way black people don't own anything in South Africa.
And they have the nerve. They have the
and
nerve
like, what
to
are you
talk about
arguing
Africa.
about? Like,
Y'all need violins playing in the background.
oh my God.
They have the nerve to talk about Africa.
Africa don't give anything to anybody, or don't have anything that the world needs. You mean like gold? You mean like oil? You mean like pretty much every
Platinum,
natural resources that the world needs today?
cobalt,
I mean, this is idiotic.
titanium,
timber.
Like, why are we arguing about dumb stuff like this?
Can I come
And he
here?
has the nerve. You look like a Nigerian dude, bro. Like you
He's
have the
Nigerian.
nerve to, you know what?
Don't worry about that, man.
I'm
We
gonna
don't
stop right
we
there.
don't want to know whether it's Nigeria or not. So just
I'm
forget
gonna
about
stop.
that.
I'm gonna stop. Whoever is
SMH, you're
you
intelligent
It's
guy,
it's,
man. You're a
it's
smart guy. You're a smart
so
guy. Just leave him. Trust me.
I just want to make a point. My point is, I don't think if Africans are telling African Americans to go to Africa, not the way people are saying it. I don't think so. And also, um, the reason why Africans are here today, I think you guys should blame your previous leaders, right? In the 90s, it was Bill Clinton that had a visa lottery program that brought Africans here in the 90s, right? So that's why we have at least the minimum of 3 million African in America. But because of the success level, people think there are so many Africans in America. But in Africa, we have about 1.7 billion population, not even 0.00% of African population. Very few Africans that travel. We don't travel at all. And we believe that all Africans are here. I think the success level making people panic, and some people don't want to see that. I think this is where the hatred comes from, right? You go back home to your country. First of all, nothing in America is being managed by Black Americans. Nothing. They don't own anything. Waterfront, the white man can decide you can be a billionaire today, and the next morning they can make you have only $100 in your bank account. We see the example with Kanye West. He was a billionaire. When they got ready for him, they put him down, right? So they can decide who you are. But in Africa, we own everything that you are. We build nation. So the success of African, you guys should take the example from. Well, that's why most of you guys need to travel
But y'all
down
ain't got nothing
and go
either,
to.
and you have
Please
a
don't
whole
cut me off.
continent.
Don't cut me off. I'm not part of your ghetto
Please
talk.
shut
Please
up,
don't
lady.
cut me
Please
off.
shut up.
I'm part of the truth,
So
though.
please, I didn't cut you off. I'm giving my opinion.
Your mama's
So
ghetto.
please, you
Hey,
see,
y'all. Come on, man. But CD, don't call her
I was gonna
ghetto.
say
Don't call her
Dynas. You
name.
say
okay,
stuff
no,
like
but
that.
that is
Yo,
You don't
I'm
say
talking.
anything.
Don't ain't no Dynasty. I'm talking. Let me get some out. I'm talking. So this is what we're gonna do, because I don't like that. CD, apologize for calling her ghetto. For Black righteous folks, apologize for calling his mama ghetto.
all right. I apologize for being a decent person. I
I
will apologize, but I will not
for
insult your
you.
mom. I
No,
will
don't.
not.
You save all the extra.
I will not.
Man, yeah, we doing this all over. CD, I'm sorry for calling you ghetto. For Black righteous, I'm sorry for calling your mom ghetto. That's it. We don't need all the extra stuff. Go ahead, CD.
Okay, I'm sorry for calling you ghetto, even though you're not ghetto. I'm
Oh
very, very
man,
sorry
god
for
This
that.
not
damn,
right
CD,
CD.
there.
Okay,
allow it.
I'm
What's
sorry.
wrong with you,
CD,
bro?
god dang,
Okay,
CD.
I'm
What's wrong
sorry
with
for
you?
calling you ghetto. Okay,
All right, for righteous Black folks.
I'm sorry because Dinah said not to call you ghetto, your mom.
Oh man,
This is Dennis.
no. So okay, for righteous black folks, again, one more time, I'll remove you. Just it's simple. I'm sorry for calling your mom ghetto.
Sorry for calling your mom ghetto.
All right, go ahead.
All right. So the idea is a lot of people you need to educate yourself about Africa. You go with Dennis to Africa, your travel is better. You don't have, even if you don't have money, we can help you to put money together to finance you and go to Africa to visit than sitting here, because we are here, we don't own anything.
Well, hold
right?
on, City. Who's you financing Trip City?
Oh yeah. I can rally my boys then will finance trip for some of these people, right? Because they've been misled.
Since when? Are you serious?
I'm open. I'm definitely. If this Lily tell me right now she want to go to Africa with you, I can finance.
I don't want to go to Africa ever.
Okay, you see, so this is the situation, because there are very few people on social media making money off them, lying to them that there's a rivalry between Black Americans and Africans. Then there's no rivalry between us. I live in New York. I have a lot of Black American friends. They don't even know about FBA, right? So the only time we hear about FBA when I come on Dinah's show, you know. So that's the only time I hear about FBA. So people being misinformed. There are people that are making. These are the same people, Dinah, that were talking against our sisters, looking down on Black women, that they're producing a lot of babies that are criminal in the street 5 years ago, and now they are the protector of the same group. We imagine that? It doesn't make no sense. And these are the same people, when the reparation vote that went on in LA, is the same FBA that went and stop it. That they don't want no reparation, right? It was no African that stopped that. So some of you guys need to, educate yourself and know what people doing this on social media. They're doing it for financial gain. The more negativity, the more money they make. And you will be struggling, and this person is making money off you online just to create more hatred among people, So I'll learn for now, but thank you, Donna. Thank you for giving me the flow.
Thank you for having me on, Dinus. It's been a long time since I've been on. I think it's been over a year, but I just got kind of triggered by hearing some of the remarks I was hearing and thinking about what Haitians are going through right now. And it just dawned on me that people are just not honest. They really have an agenda towards us, and I don't like it. So, by the way, I have a petition on Deal That Truth, where we're trying to get our own recognized identity and our own organization that's minus immigrants. It's already over 1,070 on Deal, THEO, The Truth, THA, Truth, one word. It's 14 days ago. Go check it out. Hit the link and sign. And I'm going to send it back to Trump. He looked at it in April. He's going to get the signatures in September. Hopefully we can get something popping. I'm an advocate for us. I'm tired of playing games. I'm not a Pan-African. I'm not playing games with lying about trying to get along with y'all. I see you guys for what y'all are. Y'all hustlers, finessers, and liars.
Who is yours? The white man? They don't care.
Pan-Africans and Africans are not cool with me.
White people
Thank
don't
you.
like you.
All right, I gotta pass them. I gotta pass the mic. My sisters, go ahead.
Dinus, thanks for allowing.
Can you drop me?
Would you stay? And I just want to say that I really appreciate having another female on the panel, and I just want to thank you for coming up and sharing your thoughts. And if you wouldn't mind waiting until after I'm done, and then I'm going to drop down as well.
Oh, that's fine. I don't know how to drop myself on this phone for some reason. I don't see how to do it, but yeah, I'll stay.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, the last time I was on here, I was a little more, I would say, assertive about the FBA position. And I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't get your name.
I'm for Black Righteous Folks Home on this channel. On TikTok, I'm for Black 00.
Okay,
for Black. You're not pro-Black. It makes no sense.
I'm a Black American. When I say Black, I'm talking about Black American.
Yeah.
But you are a
Stop.
white racist.
Hey, yo, SMH. You need to calm down. Go ahead, my sisters.
Okay. I agree with 4 righteous. Will someone mute? I'm getting an echo. I agree with 4 righteous. You know, I may have said it a little more diplomatically than what she did, but the issue here is, and what many African and Caribbean immigrants and children of immigrants don't understand is this, especially in terms of Haiti. Haitians must liberate Haiti. You cannot pass that responsibility on to
The CIA
FBA.
destroyed Haiti. What is she talking about?
Why are you interrupting? Do you have any self-control? Let the sister speak. So this is the thing. I want more women to participate, but the men, y'all sometimes are more sassy than the women. Stop, don't interrupt them.
All right,
Like I want the women to come on. Like I want more sisters to come on, but y'all just more louder and sassier than the women sometimes. And I'm sorry if that's being disrespectful. Just have some self-control and let the woman speak.
My bad. My bad. It's just the ignorance sometimes triggers me. I'm sorry. My bad.
Okay, well then if you're that triggered, you could just leave.
My bad.
Have you bought my documentary, SMH?
Yes, a long time ago.
Okay, good. All right, go ahead.
Okay. And I resent being called ignorant because I'm taking a position. The fact of the matter is the United States, we are insolvent. We're $40 trillion in debt. We are paying $1 trillion annually in interest. And we just do not have the money to help the African and Caribbean nations rebuild.
Since when has America ever helped Africa? Tell me.
Oh man, Charlie, be quiet.
Dude, you're letting them speak.
God, I can't take it. Like, guys, listen. So, like, this is. Let me get on my soapbox, my sisters, for like 30 seconds, okay? Like, this is new to me, and what I mean is, like, I'm just not used to a bunch of men, and like, I know arguments get heated, and we get a little emotional, but I'm just not used to men being this emotional like this. And don't get me wrong, I have my moments too. But I'm just like, let the sister speak. I want women to come on because I know sometimes women are like, dang, it's, I feel a little intimidated because the men just yell and scream. And I'm just like, let the sister speak. I might not agree with them, but like I don't understand how you guys let women trick you like this. Chill out. Just be quiet. All right, let Maya's sister speak. Maya, you got a minute uninterrupted. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, as I said before, we are just all Western societies, not just the United States. They are overextended, and so many of them can no longer provide the aid that they had once provided before. And in terms of Haiti, I've just been reading up on it, and I've seen the reports, and it states that Haiti is collapsing, and it just makes me so sad because there's nothing the United States can do. Truly, the Haitians have to liberate Haiti, and I just don't think that message is just getting through to the Haitians and members of the African continent. And my last point about Haiti, something that just shocked me to learn as I was reading some of the reports. Are you all aware that their government leaders do not reside in Haiti? Many of them have taken up permanent residence in the Dominican Republic. How can you represent your population, your constituents, if you're living in another country? If anything, government leaders should at least live in their home country. So I'll end there. And but for Righteous, if you want to add anything to what I said, I would love to hear from you.
Well, I love the fact that you came on despite, because it was very aggressive earlier and I was debating whether I could do it or not. Cause I'm like, I don't want to scream and yell and all that. I like to talk like this. But, I just felt like there needed to be another perspective so that it's balanced instead of everybody just ganging up on us. We got to have representation. That's why I came on. But I appreciate what you said. And it's true. Haitians got to fight for their own liberation, just like Africans have to build their own continent. It's not up to us to do their work for them. They have designated us, volunteered us and our money to go towards building up the continent without our consent. And that's a big issue. How are you going to volunteer people that are freed people? And you're treating them like they're your property and slaves. That's a no starter. That's not no relationship to be had. That's why we're delineating more and more and more, because we see their intentions and their actions and their activities and thinking how they think. And so it's a no-go.
All right, go ahead. Let me bring Nigel. Super Africa. Go ahead, Super Africa.
Please drop me, Dinus. Thank you for having me on.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody, how y'all doing? Dinus, thank you for adding me. About the whole Asian thing and stuff like that. Somebody came in and tried to present it as if, come on, let's be honest with ourselves. The United States do not go to countries to help. The United States have their own personal agenda. Let's be honest with ourselves. And especially if you came from the United States Army or anything has to do with military, you know what they do. You know what they do. If the United States should have just left Haiti to what Haiti could do, whatever they should, Haiti would have prospered. Let's be honest with ourselves now. If you're a black person, so please, if you want to, if you want to, represent your black people in America, nothing wrong with that. But be honest when you talk about the United States government. The United States government do not go to countries because of charity, because they want to fix the world, and then they refer to themselves as the angel. Come on now, let's be honest with ourselves. And then also with the other people that was saying, what does Africa produce and all these other things, right? I mean, I'm not shocked about it, because Africans would say the same thing when other leader wants to produce things or make Africa better. You have Africans that will come up here and make up all type of excuse and call leader that's fighting for the servant as all type of name, dictators. Oh, he's not capable. Oh, you need the West. So so technically, it's the same thing with a black person in America say, oh, Africa don't produce nothing. Africa is not worth to the world. So what's the difference? It's the same thing. It's just one is just from the continent and then one is from America. It's the same people, man. There's certain Africans that if I have the power, I would trade them. There's some black people in America, I would take them to Africa and say, yes, these are the type of Africans that I want in Africa. So it's the same people, man. It's the same people. It is the same people. One is just American, the other one is just African. So let's be honest with ourselves. People going back and forth about the black person that said, such a thing. We have Africans that repeat the same exact thing. The same exact thing. We don't have no capacity. So what's the difference with a black person in America say the same thing? Because basically you calling Africans completely dumb. It's the same thing what he just said. But with the whole African thing and this and that, right? To me, Africa is my land, and I love what God gave us. So eventually we're gonna be where we're supposed to be, because you can't be king forever. You can't be king forever, man. This has been going on for 500 years. It's not just because the United States built it. It was handed to them by the British. The British built all that infrastructure. There's no difference between the American Empire and the British Empire. It is 90 to 95% exactly the same. The United States just continue it. They just continue it. America is an empire. If you're an empire, you don't do charity. If you work for the United States Army, how they treat you because of your skin color. You know what they do around the world. We know that. But please, man, I don't want people to come up here as if the United States tried to save the world. The United States tried to save, black nations. It's just the black nations didn't want to save themselves. It will be me coming up here saying black people in America are lazy, which is completely disrespectful and completely wrong. Because we know the system does not favor the black person in America, because at the end of the day, the whites, they want to be the ones on top. They want to dominate. They do anything just to dominate America, and then use that same system to dominate other people around the world. The World Cup shows you exactly the red card with the American striker. What did Donald Trump did? Made a phone call. Then after that, FIFA said, okay, well, we're gonna reverse the red card. That's power right there. It's unfair, but the United States could do it. I mean, it's the same people that come up here and say, "Oh, we took Venezuela oil." So what you tell us? So your country is stealing from other nations.
Yeah, exactly.
You completely agree that your country steals from other nations, but then you twist it as if, the United States, all these charity and all these things. That's what I don't understand.
Okay, can I respond to that? Because you're repeating yourself.
Hold on. I'm gonna end this with with that guy on ESPN, right? ESPN, they got fired, a couple days ago. Very smart guy, man, right?
Yeah, the black guy, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very articulate, right?
He's crying now.
But the issue that I have with the system, right? ESPN is run by white people. Why the black people in America cannot create their own network? Why always attach yourself to these people, and then when they use the race card, you complain again? This country is a race country. You know that. That's why I create your own. This country is a race country. ESPN will always be controlled by the whites. You know that. Why attach yourself to these people? You already played the NFL, right? They don't want to give you a ownership, right? Same thing with the basketball. Basketball probably MJ, but about what, 80%, like 85% is white owned, and then at the same time, TV stations as well, it's completely white. So where's the black TV stations that can at least slide away from these people control? If you attach yourself to an entity that see you the opposite, they will always F you up when they feel like. So when they F you up, you can't complain. You can't go out there and crap. Because at the end of the day, they already see you like this. So they're going to use you to build that platform. When they don't need you, they're going to throw you away. This country is built behind race. I'm going to shut up, man, because I'm tired. Go ahead, man.
Okay. All right. I just like to comment, and then you can drop me down after I speak, Dinus. All I'm saying is this. I do not deny or disregard the United States interference into Haiti, and I agree with you. However, it does not change the facts that even though, as you say, FBA may not have ownership of certain entertainment companies, it does nothing to liberate Haiti. So Haitians have to, free their country. They have to build their country. What? And and that's and I hear someone, you're incredulous that I'm saying that, but you just can't push that responsibility onto another Western country. You're going to have to figure this out. I don't have all the answers, but I can just tell you this. You can't depend on the United States to do it. You already know. You already know that they have interfered with your country and your sovereignty.
So agree that. How you gonna?
Before you pass the mic, yeah.
Miss Maya, I have a question for you.
No, but can someone just remind?
No. You can ask her a question. Go ahead.
Okay.
You have a question?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, can I ask you a question also, please?
A question, not a dissertation. A question.
No problem. When the last time when the security forces were sent to Haiti, where did those security forces came from?
They came from Kenya, I believe.
Where Kenya is in the world? What continent is Kenya, and what race are they?
They're African. They're black. So what's your point?
Next, please.
All right,
So my point
I have a
is,
question
Black
for you,
country in
Maya.
the
no, hold
world.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. She asked me a
Haiti is
question.
the first.
My point
Haiti is the first free
is,
black country in the world. Like, how does she make
yeah,
fun of that? It's insanity.
yeah.
The first free black
See,
country in the
No,
my
whole
no, no,
world.
no. It's not about making
SMS.
fun. It's
My
not about
point
making
is,
fun. It's not about
I'm
making
not
my
fun.
making
No,
point
I
fun
know,
of
I
is,
know,
These
I know, I
people,
know, I know what you're saying.
these
I'm
people,
saying
these
she's
people,
crazy.
these people, right?
my
All right, so
point
I
is,
gotta
They believe
read
that.
these super chats. Charcoal Black, thank you for 999 holla. I give you hell diners, but you are a good brother. I appreciate you, Charcoal Black. We just disagree on this matter. Salute. I'm out. Emma's Quad Gaming, thank you for following holla. Maybe Haitians wouldn't have to flee if USA did not take Haiti's gold reserve in 1014. Well, I think that's wrong. 1914. Actually, I think she meant. What are these people talking about? Okay.
That's crazy. She's
anyway,
So I have
making
a
fun of
question for you, Miss Myers.
I
that's
am the level
insanity,
of
bro.
hypocrisy and dishonesty in this conversation.
I mean,
Based on that reason, I'm
insane.
out. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question for
I
you.
mean,
No, black person in America making fun of Haiti, asking Haiti to get free.
Nobody's making fun of Haiti.
You
Stop
asking Haiti to get
mischaracterizing
freed.
what
Haiti is
I
the first
said.
free
Man,
black country in the whole world.
I agree. I don't
Africa,
disagree.
Africa. I hope you are collecting
That's
data
insanity.
because
She
at the
sound
end
like
of
a
the day,
white
you don't live
racist
in
southern.
America.
No.
But
Can
I
I
do
give? I have a question
All right,
for
who
Miss
has the
Myers.
actual question? Go ahead, CD.
Yeah,
What's your question?
yeah. My question is, Miss Myers, what do you think black people own in America?
Oh, will
Is
you
there any?
repeat?
Come on, you going back to that,
Is
man?
there a
Come on,
specific
CD, man.
industry in America that is owned
Come
by
on.
black people?
Diddy, why are you doing this again, man?
Yes, man. Come
Like,
on, CD,
it's
man. You
disrespectful.
can't break what she
Straight
says
up.
and ask her a question. Come
But
on,
what she
CD,
When I
said
man.
hear
is
what's wrong
You
with
one
the
of them
question?
Africans, man.
That's
You one
off
of them
topic.
Africans,
What
man.
does that
Because
have to
neither
do with liberating
What's wrong with
Haiti?
the questions?
No, you have to listen what she said and then break it down. You didn't even listen.
No,
You
I don't.
see, she's
That's
very
not that.
slick. She's very
I
slick the way she responds to me. You're not listening the way she set everything up. You're not listening. You're not listening. She accused America. She accused America of destabilizing America, right? In the big Haiti, right? In the beginning, right? When she responds to me, right? Then at the same
I
time,
agree.
she
They have
finishes and says that
destabilized Haiti.
America tried to help Haiti. Make it make sense. But City, you're not listening to these people, man.
well,
You don't listen to these
well,
people. Some of these people, right? They truly believe that they are premium blacks.
right.
That's just the way it is.
no.
They think they are the
I mean,
premium blacks.
but
Like it or not, City, you have
This
to listen to them
conversation is
and break their
ridiculous.
argument down.
This
You have
Ben,
to
that's
conversation
listen
what
to
is
them
I'm
and
asking
break
her
their
question.
argument
That's
down.
what
No,
Like,
you
how
because
can
can't
you
go
I'm
make
back.
about
fun of
black
Haiti?
race.
You can't go
Haiti
back to that,
paved the
man.
way
That's
for
too
all black
basic.
people around
You
the
can't go
world.
back to that, man. That's
That's
too basic, man.
insanity.
in their
She's too slick.
interactions with
She's too
Haiti.
slick.
Let me
You gotta
tell
listen to the
you how
words.
I know a little bit about
You
the
don't know
Haitian
anything, man.
history. And no, you be quiet. And how the United States interfered during the 1990s when Bill Clinton was president. What he did was he provided subsidies to the rice farmers in Arkansas, and they used those rice subsidies to flood the market in Haiti, and they more or less collapsed the market in Haiti, and the local farmers. It destroyed their market. The United States did that. I stand by that. That was wrong, and it should not have happened. And there have been other situations where the United States interfered. But all I'm
Invade.
saying is this.
United States
Hold on,
Man,
invade
hold
the
on, hold
America.
last
on.
coup
Let me
in
finish.
Haiti
Let
was
me.
set up by
Man,
America.
y'all let her finish. And see, this is what I'm talking about. Let her finish. This is why I like women on here, because I just don't want to be on here with a bunch of arguing dudes. Go ahead, Maya.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I agree with all of you. The United States interfered. They did. But the Haitian people have to find a way to rebuild and develop their country because you can't depend upon the United States to do it. That's just cold hard facts. You may not want to hear that, but that's just what it is. Yeah, so
Okay, so I'm about black race, right? So my question is there a specific industry in America that is owned by blacks? Ms. Meyer?
I'm not answering that question because it doesn't have anything to do with the topic. Next question.
Exactly. Okay.
Well,
Okay. Miss Mary, right? once again,
But
when you
it's
say
all
the United
surrounding to
States,
FBA. This is about the
No,
hold
FBA.
on, hold on.
dude, CD, you
Man, you
just
see,
CD, like CD, you're the like the like you're the you
Elvis.
hate FBI. I don't know. CD, you just got to move on. Go ahead, Super Africa. Ask your question. Don't make it a dissertation. Ask your question.
Okay, sorry about that. Miss Mary, right? This is my issue with you, right? You claim that the United States destabilized Haiti, right? And then you
I
finish your
stand by
sentence.
that.
Then you finish your sentence saying that United States cannot. They tried to help, but they cannot. You want Haitians to help build Haitian as well. How do you want Haitians to help build Haiti when the United States is so close to them, and the United States do not want them to be in any position of power at all? But at the same time, you claim that the United States is trying to help them, and you claim that the United States invaded them as well, and then destroyed their agriculture as well, and unalive their presidents too.
By the way,
Sir,
you need to look up the Bill Clinton Foundation.
If you invade my country, right? If you destroy my rice agriculture, right? If you took my gold as well, right? If you unalive my president, how are you helping me?
You didn't even mention the Bill Clinton Foundation scandal that happened like
there's
2 years ago.
There's a lot. But just like
I agree with
so how are
you.
you helping
We're
me?
not helping you. We interfered, but somehow you all the Haitians have to figure this out. I don't have the
Man, have
answers.
you
I'm
built
not.
the third world country?
I haven't lived there, but don't
Have you
depend
built a
on the
country
U.S.
before?
They screwed you. The U.S. screwed you. So you're gonna have to figure out how to develop your country. That's all
But
I'm
the
saying.
U.S. destroyed. Oh my God, bro.
Only an African country will help Haiti because of the location where the Haiti is. It's an island. It's an island. It's an island that's very close to the United States. It's an island that's very close to the United States. Only an African country will one day help Haiti. The facts is just the facts. The facts is just the facts. But what could be the best thing, right? If the killing and then the gang members could be wiped out. I could agree to that. The violent and then also the gang membership could be wiped out and then controlled in some type of way. Because it had gotten worse the last couple of years now. I will agree to that. But for me to come up here and say Haiti could challenge the United States, I must be on.
I never said Haiti challenged the United States. I said Haiti has to take the responsibility of rebuilding.
Rebuilding. Haiti, literally, there was a coup in Haiti a couple of years ago, man. Set up by America, literally. They blamed a drug lord in Miami for it, but it was literally 5 FBI agents, well, ex-retiree, vet, and FBI agent on the coup that got caught in Haiti and got killed. Like, what is she talking about, bro? You don't even know what's going on outside of America. That's why you think that way.
You know what? I think you're the one who don't understand our country and the way it works. I'm giving
Man,
you
I grew up here.
the honest
You can't
truth.
tell me I don't understand how America works.
Don't you
I know
tell
how
me
America
that I
works.
don't understand what goes on
Yeah,
outside
hold on,
of
but if I can interject, SMH, if you could put a source in the back chat, how
I'm driving, but I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. Literally.
Well, no, I need this because you said that. So those Haitians that were arrested for funding the coup were.
Yes, there was five American soldiers that were arrested in Haiti. Well, they weren't arrested; they got killed by a mob.
No, but I thought all those mercenaries are from Colombia, right?
It's on video, bro.
No, I know there were some American mercenaries that got arrested, but I thought that was before the assassination.
Nah, that was during the coup. That was
that was before
the last president.
But when the president got assassinated, all those mercenaries were from, I think, like Colombia.
Nah, some were from Colombia, but some of them were American. We're American.
Oh, you got do me a favor, put a link in the chat room to confirm.
I'm driving, but I'll send it to you as soon as I get home.
Okay, all right. Well, Maya, go ahead. I got to pass the mic. The question to ponder.
No, go ahead and pass the mic.
Oh, well, actually, it's 2 Nigel's turn. I'm sorry. Go ahead, 2 Nigel.
All right. Good night, guys.
I'm going. Yeah, thanks for having me, Diana. Greetings, everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. This is where I have some issues with the Aboriginal narrative. It's one thing to want to have your own identity, which is not a problem. I think it's the right thing to do. But to start, stating falsehood just misleads people, basically. because there is no evidence that the black or sub-Saharan DNA has ever been found in the Americas, going back 700 years, not to mention 1,000 years to be Aboriginal. So there's no real need to do that. I don't know why anybody would want to do that. You can still have African ancestry and still be your own people. So that is where I always have issue with FBA people. And when they start attacking Africans and acting as if they don't care about the greater diaspora, which is like the Haitians or other groups, because in the end, the world, that's how it works. If you look at Gibraltar now or the Falk Islands, the reason why they exist the way they do is because there are other powers keeping them up. There are tiny islands out there, and major powers will come and do as they please with them. If anything, if you look at Taiwan today, Taiwan is sustaining itself because America is there. Otherwise, the Chinese will take it over immediately. So let's not pretend as if Haiti has the manpower to challenge continent killers that are out there. So it's impossible. You can't expect it to be able to pull off that kind of stuff. The only way Haiti can survive is at the mercy of America, because Africa is stupidly weak. Until Africa gets its act together, all its diasporas will keep facing these problems. And sooner or later, I feel like both sides have to work together, because I think it's not a one-sided thing. For Africa to free itself, the diaspora also play a role, and that is how it works with other people too. And funny enough, we have a massive diaspora, but we're not leveraging it. That is our weakness. So, like I said, I don't have one issue with anybody wanting to be FBA, because it's real, it's there. To pretend as if it's not there it could lead to a psychotic break, as they say. You can't be something and pretend you are not. But to use that and start lying about it and say you're Aboriginal, I think there's no need for that. That is where I draw my own line. So it's very simple. I leave it at that. Thank you.
To Niger. I don't want to cut you off, bro.
Correct.
No. I gotta pass the mic. Question to Ponder. Go ahead. Question to Ponder.
I can ask him a question, bro.
After question to Ponder. Go ahead. Question to Ponder.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. Hi.
Hello.
Hopefully, I can speak uninterrupted, because I know I may upset some people, but whatever. We've heard the two women speak, and they made some very salient points. And one thing that I will agree with is that the necessity for delineation is for the best, because number one, it will expose the inherent xenophobia, which needs to happen. With that being said, if there's any issues in education or healthcare, or even in corporate America, that will be brought to the surface as the delineation occurs, because then it will be detailed who is FBA and who is non-FBA. So if FBA is, because that's the majority, I think it's very important to remember, like, non-FBA is a very, very small minority. For example, the Haitian TPS, that's no more than 400,000 people. That's everyone, Haitian TPS. Keep in mind, DACA, just for the Mexicans, is over 440,000 people. That's just DACA. And that data I can provide. That's Mexico, not even including the rest of Latin America. Not even including the rest of Latin America. When we're discussing non-FBA, we're talking in the hundreds of thousands per country. We all know there are not that many Black immigrants here, including Caribbean. It's not even 1 in 10. It's actually less than 1. Every population, every environment that you are in as a Black person, regardless if you are FBA or non-FBA, the non-FBA is the smallest minority, if they're even present. So I want to have this said, because those who are non-FBA, and I mentioned this before, when you're looking at education attainment in this country, which is a necessity for proper assimilation, if you're an immigrant, you need to go to college, point blank simple. That's just how it is. That's how you assimilate. That's how you can be able to enter these professions, professional professions, and pay taxes and contribute back into the coffer of these great United States. You have certain immigrant groups, and what's funny is that you're not going to hear this from FBA. The other immigrant group, mainly the Hispanics, who are generation entitlement. When we're looking at SNAP, EBT, they are generation entitlement. just like FBA. However, FBA are, I mean, this is 400 years. And there's a lot to be said about FBA receiving these entitlement, because many of the grandmothers, great grandmothers, were in domestic work, domestic servitude, and they did not even receive retirement benefits that many white women who were working, they received. So if FBA is going to be forever, food stamps, who cares? I don't think anyone is even against that. But I'm talking about an immigrant group, Hispanics, who are now 18%. 18%. Remember, all of Blackness, FBA, non-FBA, are 14%, approaching 15%. Hispanics right now are 18%, and their income is incredibly low. It's comparable to Blackness, but mainly to FBA. The vast majority of non-FBA are in professional fields. Those of you who work in professional fields, regardless if you are FBA or non-FBA, you know that you are working with a lot of Asians, Indians, working with a lot of immigrants, if not the majority. Those of you who are in the tech industry, which many of these Africans, Nigerians, you're in it, tech industry, you're seeing a lot of Indians. Those of you who are in medical professions, the MDs, the JDs, Juris Doctorate, your law degree, MD, medical degree, there's a lot of Asians. So the xenophobia simply just cannot happen. You're bringing too much liability. But when we're looking at the Hispanics, who generally, they do not get college degrees, they actually are the least. We're talking about single digits. They do not obtain higher education. They are the ones who are competing for many of these FBA jobs. It's not professional. You don't see that many, and I'm not saying it's a good thing. It does need to be addressed and worked on to increase education and professional development for FBA, because like I said earlier, the vast majority of professionals are the immigrants, Asian and the Black immigrants, the non-FBA. That's just how it is, and of course, white people. But the real issue that Maya and the other women need to address are those who are their economic peers, which is not the Black immigrants, the non-FBA. There's just not enough non-FBA here, number one. And number two, they're not in the same tax bracket. They're simply not in your tax bracket. And I'll go ahead and wrap up, because I did include a link to show W-2 income individual. It's in the back chat. W-2 income individual, Asians between 40 and 49, Asian men are at 100,000. They earn the most money in this country, Asian men. Their women right below them, not even that far. That's Asians. They're mainly the professionals. They are. They have these high STEM degrees, these STEM jobs, these STEM careers pay a lot of money. A lot of you who are Black African, I mean, I've seen it myself. I've seen you at these jobs. I know you're earning high income. You don't see that many FBA, especially FBA women, in these professional fields. And I'm talking about professional fields outside of government, outside of education. That's just how it is right now. If an FBA woman is a PhD or a JD, more than likely she's working with another immigrant, whether that immigrant be a Black immigrant or an Asian immigrant, and of course, white people as well. So I just want to bring that up here, because those who have such pushback, and it is clear xenophobia, whether you like it or not, but that's them. What can be done? That xenophobia needs to be addressed towards Hispanics, because number one, they have the largest numbers, raw numbers and percentage. And number two, they just are not economically competing like the other immigrants. They're competing with FBA income and also in neighborhoods as well. I'll wrap up. Dinah, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Dinah, can I respond?
Dinah, notice I didn't say anything because she's so smart and so sexy.
Dinah, can I respond? Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. Number one, let's, for the sake of argument, question to ponder, let's say that Black immigrants have a higher educational attainment than FBA. For the sake of argument, I will agree to that. Where is the best place for those Black immigrants to live? In the United States or back in their home countries, developing and contributing to their home countries? When you take, wait a minute, when you take someone This is the brain drain. You are taking your most talented out of the country and you are bringing them here. It does no good to help rebuild the African continent, and it does no good to help rebuild the Caribbean. Okay, the second question about the Hispanics. There have been a couple of comments about, well, Maya won't say anything about the Hispanics. Well, the topic was not dealing with Hispanics, but since Question to Ponder brought it in, and also because of some of the comments that people wrote, I am just as critical of the Hispanics. Now, Question to Ponder, your statistics is incorrect. Hispanics tend to be more entrepreneurial and they start their own businesses. The reasons why they start their own businesses and their educational attainment or their college degree completion is lower has to do with language barriers. And also it's a survival tactic. It's far easier for them to move into financial stability by starting businesses that will serve their community. And oftentimes those businesses are ones that require some form of manual labor, such as construction. Sometimes they're in the hospitality industry. You'll see them there, the restaurant industry. Now, regarding the Asians and their high level of entertainment, the Asians who come here, they are the elites from China and many of these Asian countries. Yes, it is true. Many of them, they have degrees. I cannot tell you how many times Asians come and they are teachers, they are medical professionals, and they are requesting to have their credentials certified so they can work in our field and in a particular field. And depending upon the medical field, academia, or where they want to work, they have to go through a lot of paperwork in order to do so. Sometimes they're successful, other times they're not. Now, regarding IT is changing right now. Question to Ponder, I don't know if you followed the reports, but there are so many Asians who are working, who had very high salaries, and many of them were H-1 visa holders, and some did get citizenship. Many of them, they're losing their jobs because of AI. So that is also changing. But
That's not true.
it absolutely is true. It absolutely is
Man,
true.
I'm in the IT field, man. I know it's not true.
Can I answer your first question, and then somebody else go answer
Gentlemen,
to
maybe
that
please let
question?
her finish. Please, gentlemen, if we may please let her finish. I did say quite a bit, and she is attempting to unpack everything. So if we may let, and also Diness is being very kind to let more women speak on this panel. I know, sir, please, just let the women finish. Just let her finish, please. Please, gentlemen, thank you. Thank you so much.
Let him, you know what, go ahead, and if there's something that I want to respond, I just ask to respond.
Yes, sorry about that. It's gonna be quick, right? I'm I'm an African, right? I'm not one of them Africans that will bring up colleges, how well Africans are doing in this country. To me, I would never brag about that, how well Africans are doing compared to the black people in America, right? Because to me, that logic does not make no sense if you do care about Africa. You understand me, right? Just like how you said, right? If we are doing so great in this country, right? What you call it, like degrees and all these things, right? We should be thinking about how to build that infrastructure back home. So why are you bragging about college degrees in this country right here? Because when you brag, the way you bragging, right? That is individual success. You didn't build that infrastructure. That's why sometimes the black people in this country have the right to say what they say about the continent of Africa. Let's be honest. You bragging about all these all these stats and all these things about college degrees and all these things. What's the point of it if we can duplicate that in our own, continents? If we not about you understand me, right? About that movement about Africa first, because that's where majority of your people come from. That's where like whatever ethnicity you belong to, 95% of them are still in the continent of Africa. So you keep bragging about all these, college success. That's individualism. That's the same thing you helping the white man become more powerful around the world because they are using your brain.
That's a fact.
So to me, I'm not one of them Africans. I will never be one of them Africans because not all Africans are the same. Some Africans are very individualism. They care about how much money they make. They care about what they make by themselves. They don't care about their continents. They could come up here and say how much they care about their so-called ethnicity. They really don't. Because if you bragging constantly on something like that, and then you're trying to make it versus the black people in America, you're trying to create war. Because you're basically saying we're smarter than you. We are better than you. It doesn't, that right there, it brings war.
That's
because
a fact.
even me,
That's a fact.
if I was a black person from America, I would take it as an insult. I would. Honestly, I would take it as an insult. There's other ways you could say and focus on other things. Because they know for sure when Africans are not stupid. We're just as capable as them or like any race. It's just that the opportunity is not being present in Africa. So there's no need for you to come up with
I got to pass the mic. Let me read these super chats. Pape 5602, thank you for that holla. Remittances pretty much develops a lot of Africa now. People need to read and listen to the news before talking. Let me go ahead, Kidola.
Thank you,
Hello,
Dad.
hello, Ola. Hello, Ola. Hello,
Let me say, who was that?
Hello,
I've been listening to you people ever since. You see, we blacks fight among ourselves. Some of them are denying they are from Africa. That will set you back. Africans are sometimes fighting each other over there. Who's better? This upper class actually exists also in Africa. There's Africans that live in the United States that come back to Africa and oppress the other ones. I bet you some of these Africans might be, if you don't have a marshal in Nigeria or Ghana or you don't have it, there's Africa actually bringing back this how to make children now with this treatment. That is good. But why we cannot work together and build a very powerful house even in that United States? The Asians are buying the real estate of what people call the Latinos, that people say they are poor. They're not poor. They buy it over the real estate. Let me tell you one thing in the United States. If the Latinos dominate the United States, the way they hate the African Americans or the Black Americans, that's where they also hate the Africans. Because we share the same skin color. We might be similar. So it's not like the Latinos, because maybe might be making by the yam and goosey soup, so we're used to now, partly in Africa to make money. But if the blacks cannot come together and say, look, if we allow ourselves to be oppressed here, especially the blacks America that be there for years, that we can work together and become something. Just like what the Jewish people are doing, just like what the Iranians are doing, dominating areas. If you cannot dominate a block, who are you? No matter how powerful you are, but you have no base. You are as useless as something else. We're fighting ourselves. Who is better? Who is not better? Oh man, you fucking you body scratcher. You stink. I'm not African, but in the real sense, you have no. You don't even have the restaurants. You don't have the supermarket. You have no shopping mall. Why we cannot come together and say, man, look, we can put our tribal differences aside. This is United States. French United States are coming together. The Polish United Americans are coming together. The other ones are coming together. Where are we? Real estate without control. The Latinos, you people can laugh at them. Oh, 5 people live in a room. But out of that 5, they will buy 10 blocks. They're buying shopping malls. So we just have to stop this war against ourselves. Who stick, who don't stick? Everybody stick. If you use chocolate, you stick. If you don't spray the door, you stick. Nobody's bad. There's nobody that say, I spend perfume continuously. We just have to come together and build what we call a black special society. Whether you are fake native Indians, you are what is so-called fake, the one that said that they said before Colombia, that might even come to the United States. I think it was the Dominican cell. Oh, the Africans there, they also learn to live together with this far cousins. We just have to come. They say we have to arrive at each other the same level of of each other, not by education. Have you ever seen the white man boast about education? Really? Elon Musk is from South
they
Africa.
do. Oh, they do. Yes, they do. Oh, Dynasty,
Elon
many of them
Musk, hold on, sister, hold
yes,
on.
they do.
Sister, hold. Elon Musk is from South Africa, a total Dutch origin or whatever it is. Who lives out? But see, when it came to the United States, the white people hug him, give him all they miss. You think you'll make that money alone? The white people give him that chance. We have to come together to build something. Otherwise, man, the white man will march on you, the Latinos will march on you. Don't get it wrong. If the Latinos hate the Black Americans, you say that, oh, we don't like them, they also hate the Africans too. Only that the Africans are not yet in their radar. Thank you, Dennis.
Well, I think I just wanted to go ahead and respond. Something that's very important for everyone to know. Many of you are familiar with the book A Tale of Two Cities, of course, Dickens' book. What we have in the United States now is a tale of two economies. There's the Hispanic economy, and then there's everyone else. What many of you are not understanding or realizing is that education is paramount in the United States. And one of the reasons is because education is directly tied to property values. Directly tied to property values. Property values, the value, that equity, that home equity, is the middle class wealth. That is how these white people, white America, that is how they built their wealth over the past 50 years, is the increase of the property values, the home equity. I bring this up because test scores are directly tied to property values. Facts. So even with many of these Asians moving into these cities, you don't see the decrease in property values because one thing the Asians do, the Asians will bring the test scores every single time. Again, with Black people, people can bring up low test scores with Black people, crime, but one thing Black people do bring is, of course, these championships. Having your student in a 5A school that is a state championship, whether it be track, football, basketball, that means a lot. And that's a lot of money. And Black people do that. Both, because you see you see these Black immigrants, you do, and many of you don't even know it, who play these sports, who are athletes. And of course, FBA, that we definitely know. When I'm talking about the Hispanics, they don't do either. A great example, if I can bring up two states, California, there are no Black people in California. Whether FBA or not FBA, they're not in California. They are struggling with test scores. Struggling. And it's mainly the Hispanics. One thing that is a problem that's occurring in California, they keep grouping Black people with Hispanics. And then they have, the test scores are low. This is a problem. We have to reassess. They're looking at removing remedial classes. That has nothing to do with Black people. ESL has nothing to do with Black people, FBA or not FBA. All non-FBA speak English. They speak English. The Hispanics do not. ESL has nothing to do with anybody else but that group, Hispanics. Number two, Georgia. Look at Georgia. Georgia has a very, very, very low Hispanic population. They're barely like 10%. But one thing with Georgia, because Georgia, we know, is a Black state. You see how Georgia is when you're coming at athletes, dynasts like you, when you're looking at what happened in the 90s in Georgia, and of course, when you're looking at the music, hip hop, just rap, R&B, and then of course, also the movie industry. That is majority Black. And with all these Black people, you have not seen that reduction in test scores. And Atlanta is also a hotbed, is a huge population of non-FBA, a lot of African immigrants. And wherever you go, whether it's FBA, non-FBA, living in Gwinnett, living in Cobbs County, Cumming, I've seen Black people in Cumming, you still see those test scores. They have a STEM school, and I think it's in Gwinnett, but it's in Georgia. It's one of the best, it's like top 20 in the United States. So even with a large Black population, I think Georgia's like 1 in 5 Black people, you still see equity in the homes and you see those strong test scores. That matters for everyone. My point is, everyone who wants to bring up FBA and delineation, that's great. It makes sense. It's understandable. But you need to address the elephant in the room, which is an immigrant group, the Hispanics, who have not assimilated. People can bring up back and forth FBA, non-FBA. At the end of the day, non-FBA have proven, and the data is here, of assimilation. Just like the Asians, there's assimilation. There is, whether you like it or not. I understand that there's going to be a back and forth, but when you're looking at what has been done when it comes to keeping the money and contributing to the economy, we need Black doctors. You see non-FBA Black doctors. We need more Black attorneys. You see non-FBA Black attorneys. You see a lot of FBA who work, non-FBA who work in professional fields. If you're making well over $130 a year, you're within like the top 20% of taxpayers, excuse me. It is the high earners who pay over 70% of payroll taxes in the United States. So you're having the professional immigrant class, which are the Asians and the Black immigrants, and the Eastern Europeans who are paying into the system. You cannot have a separate economy. The Hispanics are a separate economy. That has to be understood. So the FBA who want to delineate, go ahead, please do so, because it also needs to bring about some of the xenophobia, which is a problem, and it's anti-business, it's anti-capital. But you need to address the real issue is what's going on with the Hispanics, because that is your economic, that is who you're competing with economically. It's not the professionals. It's these other Hispanics who make about the same income as you do, FBA, and their education attainment is just far too low. The amount in entitlement spending is out of control. Look at California. That has nothing to do with FBA, but look at that state and what's going on there. Crime, number one, and their refusal to contribute into the coffers. Most of them don't even pay taxes. They don't pay taxes. And even if you're FBA and you don't earn enough to pay taxes, your family did 100 years ago. Your grandmother did, and she did not receive her payment. So you're receiving it on her behalf. You are. But you can't, but if we're going to discuss immigrants, discuss all immigrants. Not just a group that's not even 3 million. Discuss a group that's over 40 million and cannot compete. I yield.
Can I just add?
Can I just quickly respond to question? You know what, question to ponder? This is going to surprise you, but I agree. I agree with what you said in part.
Of course you do.
Dinus, I would love for you to do a special topic on FBA and Hispanics, because that is something truly worth exploring.
We'll do it tomorrow.
Okay. But question to ponder, just so you are aware, there are Blacks in California. There were a larger number of Blacks during the 1980s and 90s, and around the 2000s, Blacks started moving out of California, partially because of the cost of living, partially because of their treatment with Hispanics and the non-responsiveness of white elite or white liberals to deal with some issues from Hispanics. That is a conversation that has to be explored. And let's see, just one other question. In terms of Georgia, a question to ponder: when you get a chance, Google the state of Georgia and their demographics. I read an article that whites are no longer the majority in Georgia. The majority is a combination of whites and Hispanics. The Hispanic population has grown so much that if they were to combine their resources with whites and vote with whites, they will outvote Blacks, whether FBA and Black immigrants. And
can I respond, Dinus? Because what she's saying is not true.
Well, when she's done, you can respond.
Okay, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a new report on the demographics of Hispanics. But you're right; they are a growing population. And I also read another report And this was just one, and I have to find others. But it stated that 1 out of 4 Mexican nationals reside in the United States. Just think about that. 25% of Mexicans live in the United States. Now, are they
That number is actually 40%. It's not 25, it's 40. It's 40.
well, send me the article on that. That's high if that's the case. I don't know if they're well, of course they're not all documented, but it is a growing problem and question to ponder, and I agree. So Dinus, if you want to do a conversation on that, I will come tomorrow and talk about it. Yeah, that's it.
Dinah, to respond in regards to Georgia, Georgia has a very large Asian population. And they were assimilating well in terms of business and their children, keeping those test scores. So equity is strong. There is still a great deal of, I will say, Black wealth. And when I say that, I'm referring to Black homeowners and the equity that they have been able to preserve in Georgia. So Georgia still has that rich history. And I remember, Dinah, we spoke a few months ago when you brought up the 90s and what the mayor of Atlanta did at that time, which is still paying dividends to Black people. However, there is a large population of white people. They are leaving Georgia, and I know where they're going. I will not share where, but they are going. And you still see there is a division, and because there is a large non-FBA Black professional class in Georgia. These are just facts. So that there has been a rising of the tide to a number of Black people, FBA and non-FBA, that is slowly pushing out those who cannot afford Georgia. So as the income is increasing in Georgia for both FBA and non-FBA, those who can afford it, who are FBA, they're moving to like Houston. They're moving further down south into Houston. So that's just what's occurring right now. But then again, Houston also has a very large FBA and non-FBA population that's brewing. I mean, Houston is one of the 10 Black cities. So there's that what's occurring. But Georgia is still Georgia. A lot of money is there. But the population is still leaning towards FBA, non-FBA, and Asians. And this is basically like the professional class, along with the white people who are still there. These are the people who are working at Emory and the CDC. Because remember, Dynast, CNN left Atlanta, and there's a SunTrust merged. So there's a new bank that's there. So there's some economic movement into North Carolina, but Atlanta is still huge. The music industry, the movie industry, it's just fantastic. So you still see a lot of Black wealth brewing there. I just want to go ahead and make sure that's put out there. So FBA still, and of course Hartsfield, the airport, which is like one of the largest employers for FBA. So Georgia is still very, very, very Black. But there is a growing Hispanic population. Right now, when I checked last, it was 10%. So it's still below, but they're mainly in the metropolitan area, like within Atlanta proper. They're not really outside. Those Hispanics who are outside Atlanta proper, they have their own area. So they're not really mixing in with the other population. They have their own unique area. One thing, Georgia's still very segregated, but Black people still have a lot of political power and a lot of economic power.
Can I just respond to what you said regarding the population issue? I think the reason why they don't care too much about education is because they are playing the population game, and they will pose a significant challenge to the dominant group in the country. And that is why you are seeing the response of the Europeans feeling like, okay, they are losing their country. And many of them believe they should break the country up to redress that balance. And that is what is going to happen, because from what I gather, the projection shows that the Latino population are going to reach up to 30 or more percentage in the next 50 years in the US. And the Black American population is going to remain somewhere around 14, 15, 60%. So they are the real threat to the dominant group. And when they emerge, they are not good, because remember, these are Aboriginals. They have 50 to 60% Aboriginal DNA, and they will see the continent as theirs. And that could be a problem. And we have to start projecting into the future and start seeing, not like Black Americans that don't necessarily feel like, oh, this is our continent, we have to. No, but if you have an Aboriginal DNA and you find that these people have destroyed your continent, sooner or later you start asserting your strength. And that is something that we should watch out for. And that is why maybe the American community doesn't necessarily enable them and empower them this early. Because if you empower them, imagine if they start dominating the technological sector. That would be a massive problem. The same thing with the Black Americans. They wouldn't want the Black Americans to be dominating the technological sector because you are going to challenge their power. But Africans, they are not a threat. Indians are not a threat because Indians have their own continent to worry about. So this game that is being played is a power game. And I think I understand because I see that in Nigeria too. The northern Muslims in Nigeria, they are playing a number game, and the southerners think they are very smart. Sooner or later, you're going to find out that population does matter. And that's what the Hispanics are playing. It appears that individually they are not very smart, but as a group, that's extremely smart game that they are playing. Sooner or later, you are going to see the results. Thank you.
Can I respond? Can I respond? Can I respond?
Go ahead, Jide. Go ahead, Jide.
Yeah, so I've said this before on the show. I've been saying this even previous when I came. I've been reiterating on this issue. And I'm glad that questions to ponder or something emphasize it. I said what we should be worried about is the diminishing population of Black people in America. And there's an emerging minority group that's going to overtake Black people. Either it's FBA or immigrant or wherever, and will overtake us as a group. And that's what we should be concerned about. And I'm glad that question to ponder is emphasizing it. I'm glad. And I think that's what the direction of our convention should be moving into. Because there's so much that we need to unite on than for us to be divided on. Having said that, my question is going to still remain that, here in America, the family units in the Black community is less cohesive compared to other groups. Would that also influence a lot of the dysfunction and the economic impact in terms of us being the lagging group compared to other groups? Does the family structure or the family unit, because we can see that in the Black community, the family unit is less cohesive compared to other groups. Does that influence the economic growth that we have compared to other groups? That's probably just my question, but because I think that also influences a lot of this, the socio-economic impact compared to other groups.
Hello, Dad. Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
You see, yes, I think Tunaja is right. When you don't play the population game, you think, one thing I see among the Black people in the United States, be the Africans and the non-Africans, the FBA, let me say the Black Americans, it's about six-pack don't feed nobody. Six-pack does not provide company. If you look at the Latinos, you see a man with a big belly, but have a wife and children, they all together, and they all sleep in one place together and start building this wet. The Black people prefer be cool. Bear be cool. Wear sneakers, be cool. Who will be able to manage to buy some fine cars, be cool. Cool have nothing to do with anything in building anything. You understand me? If you don't behave like the Latinos, then you have to start putting your shirt up to show six-pack and start licking your tongue. You will suffer.
Good point.
Moses does not build infrastructures.
Good point.
And be against each other every time. That what is going on the internet now. For us to use this internet to come together and say, okay, you know what? You Africans, if you go to American embassy, if you meet a Latino there, he's not going to give you that visa. I'm talking about Latino now. It can be Latino miss or real Latino woman or man. They will never give you that American visa. Africa have been heavily restricted, even getting United States visa for years, for more than 30 years, even 47, even since Imamura. And the people you see there is not FBA. Go to these embassies. You will never see one single Black American there. By the counter that interview you, that approve your visa. They're not there. Africa
Why?
is just being kind of like banned because they don't employ Black Americans in these African embassies. It's all Latino. Latino means or white.
Hmm.
And they will give you, they will prefer to give it to a Filipino than give it to Africans.
Really?
Then when Africa and the Black Americans come together in the United States, what are they doing? They're fighting each other. Who is cooler? Who's more like AC Miyake?
Yes.
You know, what can
Very
that? What would that bring? What would that do? When other group, that group you are seeing that have become now heavily major, check their homeland. What are they doing to the Black peoples there? They treat them like piece of shit. If they dominate the United States, both the Africans and the Black Americans, they will pay a very big price. We should try to come together. Stop fighting who smell does smell, who is cooler than cooler, who are Moses Park airline. These are just nonsense. When Latino man with his big belly is controlling things, companies, he dominate other part of everything.
It's because
nobody sits back here, Paul. I'm just saying the truth. If you like, be cool and start begging for bread later from the Latinos. Thank you,
FBA
Dennis.
with what FBA
I
just
think
want to
I think I agree with what Kidola was saying. Like, I think I really agree with him. I concur with him. He made it clear in a very informal way, clearly, because I think this like opening a can of worms again about the impact of white liberals, the black community integrating itself with white liberals instead of itself having its own political bloc. I think that has also influenced the socio-economic status of Black Americans. You know, the impact of white liberals and incorporating the ideology of feminism and all the other things. I don't want to go into all those topics, but that has, I think, in my opinion, impacted the Black American community. This feminist, white liberal ideologies, you know, in my opinion, I think that's heavily impacted the Black American community more than any other thing, particularly after the civil rights movement. And I think that's also why we're seeing the diminishing demographics of the Black American community and how instead of them to actually form a political bloc with their fellow Afro descendants in the US, some of them are now moving more into the white conservatives and forming these delineation agendas and all that. But I'll just stop there for that to talk.
I think the reason why Africans are doing better right now than Black Americans, because within the system itself is designed to resist Black American economic and political influence within the country. Because
are
if you
Africans
see,
really
even in
doing
South
better?
Africa, if you look at South Africa, you see the same pattern again.
Are Africans really doing
Nigerians,
better?
no, that's one. That's let
Oh,
me
come
because
on,
there's a
man.
pattern.
Nah, come
There's
on.
a pattern of behavior. Let me explain. Let me explain. I see the same pattern in South Africa, where if Nigerians, can you let me finish what I'm saying? There's no need to be trying to stunt what I'm trying to say.
You trying to bring your
in South
Nigerian
Africa,
mentality. You live in
hold
England.
on, listen to what I'm saying. You understand what I'm trying to say.
This
in
is
South
what caused
Africa,
FBA to grow.
If you want to take over the mic, go ahead and talk.
Man.
You are not listening. In South Africa,
you live in England.
They allow the
Nigerian
Nigerians and non-South African Black people to ascend. Can you just listen so you understand what I'm saying? If you go to South Africa, you see that Black South Africans are often excluded from high technological position, even if they are there. Compared to their number, the other non-Black South Africans, they are allowed more into those areas than even the Black South Africans. The reason why that is because the Black South Africans will pose more challenge to the established group. That is how societies are run. And if you are conscious of that, then it means that you have to now take action to overcome that system that has been put in place to ensure, because when the lady is telling you that Black Americans are not in tech industry, that they don't control any major industry, there is a reason why that is. It's not by accident. It's not by accident. Why is it that Black Africans are allowed, but Black Americans are not? Because Black Americans pose more challenge. They are actually a challenge. Any lady knows this. If you are way more beautiful than an ugly lady, You don't feel threatened. Your husband, you don't feel threatened by your partner at all because you know that lady doesn't pose a threat to you. The same thing in America. Black Americans pose more threat to the dominant group. Hispanics pose more threat to dominant groups than all these other immigrants coming from China, India, and Africa. That is how societies work, and I think they should be conscious of it so that they can be able to overcome it. Thank you.
I'm just not sure.
Let me say something real quick, right? And then you guys could continue, right? I don't like when Africans say, "Oh, Africans are doing better than Black Americans." There's no point of you keep repeating that.
I agree.
Let's be fair. There's no point of you repeating that. It is an ego thing. You see.
No, actually, that's not the point. I'm talking about overcoming it. What is wrong with you?
Hold on. You live in England, my brother, man. You live in England. God damn it, man.
The same pattern is here.
Something years. You live in England. You live in goddamn England, man. I've been living in this country for over 20-something years. Point is I live in a black city. I live in a black city. To the people you talking about, I can relate to them 100 times more than you.
Not only in America, it's happening all over the world.
You live in goddamn England. You live in goddamn England, man.
You need to focus and stop being into your own
I live in a black city for over 20-something years.
Why are you focusing on that? You should be
point
focusing on how you can overcome it.
There's no point of you saying such a thing. There's no point.
No, because it's a fact. You have to deal with it.
No, there's no.
You have to deal with it. So if I don't say it, that's going to mean African Americans will ascend.
There's no Black Americans very successful.
No, they are there, but compared to the numbers and the time they've been there, that is their position is disproportionately lower.
All right, guys, we got to pass the mic. We got a new caller. Go ahead, Patrick.
How's it going, chat? Everybody in the chat. I was listening while driving down the road.
Man, you're the problem of Africa, man.
Why are you still talking, Africa?
Doing one of my my skilled trades. I think that the Black community in America has been hoodwinked. We've been taught through integration and things like that. I think integration personally was one of the worst things that ever happened to us. The second worst thing that I think that ever happened to us was for us to be pulled away from the skilled trades. We were lied to and told that benevolent white people, especially Jews, funded the civil rights movement of the 1960s, and that's not true. We had Black millionaires like Herman J. Russell of Russell Construction of Atlanta, the Black Titan himself, A.G. Gaston of Birmingham, Alabama, who when I was a teenager, graced the cover of Ebony magazine as the richest Black man in America with a net worth of $100 million. And these men were tradesmen. And what happened was we got tricked out of ownership and into management. So we've been managing white corporations instead of building our own corporations. And that's part of the problem. Now, I heard somebody talk about the Hispanics. The Hispanics have been closing the wealth gap between them and whites quite at a really fast pace, because they have streamlined their focus into one specific trade, which is construction. And where you see drive across America and you see a lot of brothers on those construction crews. Now 90% of those construction crews are Mexican or some other Hispanic. And so what they've done is they've chosen an industry, and they've chosen to dominate that industry, and they've closed the wealth gap. I believe it might be less than $1,000 per household at this time, or something like that. And so what Black people need to do, from my observation, is to get back to the skilled trades. It's probably the quickest path to becoming a millionaire. That's one of the things that they've been talking about with 2025.
Lady.
2025 was to try to get everything back, take everything back to the industrial age, pre-civil rights, between World War II and the pre-civil rights movement. So you have the your HVAC and refrigeration guys, your electrical guys, your plumbing guys, all these guys are making great money, great money. And a lot of people don't know that the average millionaire is not a basketball player or a rapper or something. The average millionaire is actually a skilled tradesman or either started in the skilled trades. And so a lot of people don't even know that a garage door repairman with a single truck can make more money than a doctor. I have millionaire friends. Most of my millionaire friends, they're skilled tradesmen. They're people that get their hands dirty. And they live in 10,000 square foot homes in suburban Atlanta, and they drive Ferraris, Lambos, and everything else. But they're people that get their hands dirty. I have 2 college degrees and 2 skilled trades. I've never made 6 figures from either college degree. I've made 6 figures each from both of my skilled trades.
Why are you
Hello,
trying to
Dinez, can I respond, please?
Well,
If I may.
Mr. Young, are you done yet, or take your time? Because this is information that we need. Are you finished, Mr. Young, or Mr. Young? You there?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah.
Are you finished?
I was just gonna make my point that I don't think that we're as far away as we think we are. On the national scale, as far as the U.S. and Black people combined on the global scale, I think there's just certain things that we have to do to tighten up with a little unity, a little focus, and I think that we'll be all right. I'm an eternal optimist myself, personally. I land.
All right, go ahead, question to ponder.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just want to go ahead and respond to this gentleman who just spoke. First and foremost, the income gap in no way, shape, nor form has been closed with Hispanics. The vast majority of all workers in the United States are W-2 workers. W-2. Most people who are working legally, so people who can pass E-Verify, and everyone who's working in the United States should be able to pass E-Verify. Working underneath the table is a problem, it's inappropriate, and no Black person should ever do it. Work, be present, pay your taxes, move forward. However, continuing, those who work W-2, the income gap has not been closed. I actually, like I said, Dinaz, I put information in the back chat directly when it comes to individual income on W-2. Hispanic men still earn less than Black men, but those numbers are comparable. Secondly, when it's coming to skilled trades, it's the blue collar is incredibly important, especially since we are now moving to these data centers, these AI data centers, which are going to happen. What many people do not understand is that they keep dismissing college. How are you going to run a business if you do not understand business in and of itself? There's a difference between being blue collar and performing a task, whether it be a hammer or changing a tire, etc. But if you're running a business, blue collar, you need to still get licensing, you need to get permits, and of course, those government contracts where the real money is. That's what happened to Atlanta in the 90s. The mayor at that time made sure that those government contracts, which were being dispersed specifically for the Olympics, that there was a percentage going to Black businesses. This is why Atlanta, till this day, is still receiving dividends from what happened in the 90s with the Olympics, 1996. You need to be able to compete properly in this country. It's more than just being blue collar. You're a businessman. It's not just HVAC, plumbing, electrician. You need to run a business. That's one thing that there seems to be a confusion with Black people and getting with these Hispanics. Let them be the tradesmen. Let them be the laborers. Black men, you are blue collar, but you do not work under the table, and you have a business that is to receive the government contracts first and foremost. How are you going to understand how to issue or receive or request a grant if you don't know how to properly draft a grant? That goes back to having a college degree. That goes back to the basket weavers. Like, there seems to be like an anti-intellectualism. I don't want to go too deep, but we're not them. You're Black in America, whether you're FBA or not FBA. You're educated. We get the grants first. We get these government contracts first. There's always going to be a set aside for Black people. So stop trying to compete with Hispanics who are a laborer class. Just accept that they are. All these non-FBA people have been able to compete and assimilate to represent Black people, Blackness appropriately. Why be it if you're coming in here as a Black immigrant, whether you're an islander or African, why should you be behind? You should be able and make a want. There should be something within you to appropriately compete. You're Black. You want to compete. You want to contribute. You want to learn English. Your children need to have those test scores so that everybody Black is winning. It's not just you. No one really can see a difference. And the number of Black immigrants is just so small. And the vast majority of Black immigrants are all Caribbean. But yet there is a group of people that for some odd reason, Black people want to become, like it's very odd how you have so many Black people would prefer to be with these Hispanics as opposed to appropriately working with Black people itself. And I'm not even talking Black immigrants. I just mean like actual Black people. The vast majority of all Black people in the United States are FBA, everyone. It's like 50 million. You can't say FBA is 50 million and then you have the non-FBA, which are barely 4 million. That's not even the same. But the Hispanics are, someone even mentioned, they're almost 60 million. 60 million people who are in construction and they all work together. They are not educated and they're getting the contracts first over Black people. Like, this is what I'm trying for people to understand. You're letting someone else take what you should be getting first and foremost. And on top of that, you have representation here who are willing to work with you, not just the non-FBA, but those who are in government. But you have so many Black people who want to go back and forth. If you don't get it, the Hispanics are going to get it themselves. And now the Hispanics are putting their own women to work in construction. I don't know if many of you know that. Not only are many of these Hispanic women are working on the roof pregnant, they also have like these huge conventions to encourage more of them to get into construction. So they're starting these businesses with LLCs, these corporations, which means that they can go ahead as a group. They can find one person, one Hispanic who speaks Spanish to get these grants, these infrastructure grants coming from the government. I don't think many of you know what's happening right now. They are dispersing money for grants to build these data centers. They need HVAC, they need plumbing, they need electricians off the bat. Many of you have these skills, but you don't seem to understand that you need the college degree, and the college degree that you do have is going to benefit you. Because keep in mind, when you ask for grants, they do want to know the education level. That is a fact. So having these college degrees is not disenfranchising you. It's actually putting you in a better position to receive this government money. I yield.
Okay, Dinus, can I?
I'm sorry. If I can just say, Hispanics are not Black. They are a category in and of themselves. They can classify themselves Black, white, Indigenous, whatever. That does not mean that they are Black, like Black. That does not mean that they are white. They're Hispanic. They are separate. All of you need to understand there is something called difference in degree and difference in kind. A difference in kind. They are a difference in kind. They are not Black. They're not white. They are Hispanic. They can call themselves whatever they want. But at the end of the day, you're white Hispanic or Black Hispanic or whatever you want to call, but you're not Black and they're not white. So please always remember that. They are a separate group. They do not even speak English. If you have to go through ESL, you're not speaking English and you really are not white. Let's just understand that. They're not white. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay,
I think
can I
sorry,
just
let me
make
just
a
respond to
point?
what she said quickly.
Okay,
Can I
quickly.
just do that quickly? Yes, the Hispanics and the Latinos are slightly different. The Hispanics tend to focus more on the Spanish speaking side and the fact that they tend to have European DNA at higher percentages. While the Latinos are actually, they tend to be more Aboriginal to the continent. And those are the ones that are actually growing in number. Those are the ones you are referring to in terms of being the worker class. But if you have experienced Nigeria and experienced other countries, you understand that numbers do count for something. Sooner or later, they will start increasing their wealth. The previous speaker spoke about closing some gap. The reason why he said that is because their wealth increased by 50%, while those of Europeans increased by less than 25%. But overall, because they are starting from a lower base, the gap is still wide. But it is showing is that they are accelerating their increase in wealth. So that in time, by the time they reach 30% of the population, you will start seeing that they will start closing that gap, and you start seeing, because they have the numbers, they will start emerging in those industries. And even Europeans can see this coming, and this is why the right-wing Europeans, the supremacists, feel like they need to break the country up. So I thought I should add that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, question ponder, just one point that I just wanted to make regarding the relationship between Hispanics and FBA. FBA have been aggressively challenging many of the laws on the books that favor Hispanics. You talked about government grants. One of the reasons why it appears, and I don't have the stats on this, Hispanics are successful with a lot of these minority grants, is because, number one, there are programs out there that will work with them and allow them to complete the paperwork with a with a Spanish speaking person, so they can fill out the application. The applications are in Spanish. And so there are a lot of programs that have been created to truly help them in the Spanish language. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there are places such as some of the major cities that are pushing back on many of the city governments that are giving grants and dispersing public dollars to Hispanics. In Chicago, there's this organization called Chicago Flip Red. They created a huge amount of noise, and the Trump administration went down there and they started deporting, many of the illegal Hispanics who were there, because the city of Chicago, they were taking public tax dollars. These were property taxes paid by blue collar, Black, primarily FBA homeowners, and they were giving that money to many of these Latino immigrants. So there is a fight underway. The Democratic Party, they want the Hispanics because they see them as a new voting bloc, so they can stay in power. So there's just a lot going on there. But Blacks, they are challenging a lot of these programs. Now, the problem that I have with FBA, and I'm one of them, is that they keep voting in the Democrats, and that is the people who are awarding the public money to Hispanics. And Blacks just have to make a decision. They will either have to vote these people out of office, and sadly, that is something they're not willing to do, or they're going to have to start voting Republican. But they can't continue to complain about monies and services and benefits and moving towards Hispanics, but continue to vote for the elected leaders who are doing it. So that's where FBA has to accept some accountability there. But there's more going on than what of what you're being aware of. And Dinus, yeah, as I said before, I will try and come tomorrow if you decide to do this topic and share more.
Also, Dinus and everyone on the panel, to return back to the focus of this live, FBA abandoning African ancestry for a Black or Aboriginal narrative. That is what's been happening right now. FBA wanting to abandon the Africanness of them, the Africanness to be a Black Aboriginal. What has now occurred, you have another group who has now come in and taken your political voting bloc, which are the Hispanics. There has always been a preference, and no one's going to be very honest with it, but it's true. The FBA would rather be with Hispanics, either have children with them, be friends with them, marry them, Black men marrying these women. So you're giving your time, your effort, your money, your wealth, your assets to these women, giving these women green cards. You have to take responsibility that you are a big reason why they're here. And what have they done? They don't even like Black people like that. Look at how they treat Black people in their own countries. And now they have taken your political voting bloc. Every majority Hispanic neighborhood was once Black, every single one. And a great example is what has happened in California. California, which had a bustling, rich Black middle class for decades after World War II, it's now like a tale of two cities. You have the Hispanics who are laborers, they are the laborers, and then you have the white people and the Asians who have all the money in California. And then Hispanics who just rent. That is what you have done, FBA. You would prefer to be with these Hispanics. You brought them in, and now they're at 60 million. And you hate Black people. You hate being Black, so you want to be you want to be an Aboriginal. Okay, great. The more you go away from the Africanness, your Blackness, you're going to let these Hispanics come in, and they're going to be your voting bloc, the new political voting bloc. The non-FBA people who are here, they're professionals, whether you like it or not. And the reason I say that is because the more money you make, the more professional that you are, the more you're working with immigrants. And you cannot put that xenophobia over there. They're going to shut it down each and every time. If the people who make the most, the people who make the most money, where the money resides is in the technology industry. That's just it. If you're working on W-2, which the vast majority of Americans do, they work on W-2. You're working with these Indians. And these Indians who are immigrants. And that's a lot of Black immigrants as well. And a lot of Black men. A lot of Black men are in the tech industry. Healthcare, tech, insurance technology, and of course, financial services. You see a lot of Black men, a lot of veterans. They're veterans. And a few Black women, of course, they're majority the You cannot bring the FBA xenophobia. You're going to just be shut down. And you're going to bring liability or even get the company sued. But for everyone else, you don't see a lot of Hispanics in technology. They're not there because that's not what they do. They're laborers. And a lot of Black people, as opposed to wanting to be with the group that was to uplift Black people and get Black people in the high income brackets, the high tax bracket, you prefer to be with Hispanics. You want, because you're colorist and you want good hair. So good luck with that and have your fun. I yield.
Okay.
I think the way she talks about Hispanics is not going to
generalization.
Sorry. Let me just start quickly. I'd like to respond to her directly because the way you're talking about Hispanics,
she was talking sense, boy.
You just finished before she spoke. So let me just start. So
it will just take a minute. Just let me finish.
Okay.
You cannot generalize about all FBAs hating, being self-loathing Blacks, because that's not the case. Now, there are some Blacks, and I will be honest, who want interracial sexual access. That's basically what it is. And they want to date Hispanic men and women. If that's what they like, if that's what they're attracted to, then that's fine. But Blacks did not move out of California because of that reason. It was the white liberals who were creating a buffer group. And this is something that everyone has to understand. Hispanics were used as a buffer group to deny Blacks resources. Now, here's something really interesting that's going on right now. Whites are subtly waking up because the buffer group that they installed and that they empowered is starting to compete for their elected offices. If you look at the city of New York, There were seats in a seat in Colorado. Right now in Wisconsin, there is a governor's race. Well, she is Asian. And then, but you have this new immigrant group, and they are brown people who are competing against whites, and it's making them very uncomfortable, and they're starting to rethink the People of Color Coalition. So I just want to put that out there. There's a lot going on, and whites are having their come to Jesus moment for pushing aside blacks. Right now, they know that if they do not receive black support for this coming midterm, they're going to lose. They're not going to win back the House or the Senate. So there is a come to Jesus moment for many whites right now for the policy of benign neglect that they have practiced for years and years and years. So this is not just, you can't push all of this responsibility onto blacks, but there was a systemic effort to block blacks out of the political process and to empower Hispanics. So I'm going to yield and allow the gentleman to speak.
Okay, well, we're gonna close out. Mysterious Music. Thank you for 440 joules. Everyone, thanks so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. We'll be back tomorrow. Till next time, family dynasty. Search for Huru. Peace.